Morning. This is September 21, first day of fall, 2024. And so this is our Zoom meeting with teachers from the Philippines. Mike is my co-host.
Good morning po, Doc.
Morning. You're not going anywhere today, huh?
We will po.
So where are you
We're
going?
going to Lampesia, and then I asked po naman Ma'am Mirna or Sir Joel po
Okay.
to help you po while I'm driving po.
Okay. Where are you
Yeah.
going again?
Memphis po for my car maintenance po.
Okay. Well, be careful driving.
Yes po. And then good morning to our two early birds, Ma'am
Yeah.
Rowena and Ma'am Gia de la Rosa. Yeah. I
Yes.
already sent a message po dun sa ating Facebook group, and I will give an update.
I'm trying to change my background here.
Yes po.
So kind of busy. Okay, I'll use this one. All right. Good morning again. Good evening in the Philippines. For those that are new, my name is Dr. Merlina McCullough. I'm a mentor for international teachers, and my co-host here is Mike. We both help teachers to come to the U.S. And we have a few already in Arkansas and some in other states. So we're so proud of those that are already here. And hopefully, you all that are still in the Philippines can also come soon. Now, Rowena, did you say Rowena? You know Rowena? Mike?
No po, Doc.
Okay, Rowena's the first one. Hi, Rowena, you want to say hi to us? I don't remember if you've been here before. Rowena?
Hello, ma'am. Hello, mom.
Hello. Hey, how are you? How did you know about us?
I've been here for since January, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you just did not. Did you introduce yourself already?
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you did? Like, oh my gosh, you must look different because I don't remember.
I did an interview already, ma'am.
Okay. Have you been applying in schools directly? Like schoolspring.com. There is site there that teachers can actually directly apply. If you go to schoolspring.com, there is you may have to register the first time to log in. It's free, and then you can filter it to different states, and just make sure you also filter it that you want a full-time teaching job. You don't want a part-time. So then they would be, if you scroll down on the very bottom of it, usually is the contact info of where you want to send your resume and cover letter. So it's usually a link. So I recommend you to do that. So am I losing people? Mike, are you still there?
Yes po, Doc. I think
Okay.
maybe because of the signal po
Rowena,
in
we
the
lost
Philippines.
Rowena. Did you put it on chat, Mike, that we're already on?
Yes po. Also in our Facebook group po.
Okay. Well, Art is here. There's Arthur. So Arthur, how's everything
Oh,
going in Florida?
Arthur is too early also today.
That's good. Thank you
Good
for
morning,
being
Sir
on.
Arthur.
Sir Arthur, can you give us an update about your life in Florida? Teaching the younger years. How is it going? this is the first day of fall, September 21. And so pretty soon our leaves here in America will turn colors, orange and all that. I don't
Wow.
know. I think Florida,
Very
there'll
nice.
be a lot of coconuts and well, and palm trees and all that. But in this side of the United States, we will have lots of oak trees and so on that would change colors.
Yes.
And yeah, and they're really pretty. I think a bunch of folks actually would go to the um, drive to other states and then just to look at leaves. I think in Arkansas and Tennessee, I know there's a lot of people that would go and going towards Nashville and all that. They have a lot of really pretty leaves that people can see. Okay, so who else is who is this Coro? Did we lose Arthur? I don't know what happened to our signal today.
Yes,
Losing people.
we left already
Miss
then.
Cora, Amate.
Amato.
Yeah. Miss Cora, you want to talk to us? I think this is the first time I remembered your name. Is that right? Miss Cora, are you still there? Do you mind turning on your camera so we can see you? And then for new folks that are attending for the first time, you might want to introduce yourself, between 1 to 2 minutes or sometimes longer, but include your professional information, like, your number of years of experience, what degrees that you have received, um, maybe some extracurricular things if you want to share that, and then what grades you have taught, the content, and then maybe why you want to come to the US. Some people would also include their teaching philosophy. In most of the interviews, or actually in all interviews, they always start with that. They always want you to introduce yourself. So it's a good practice to practice with us, Try not to include personal information because stay professional. If they ask that, of course, you answer, but a lot of time they're not supposed to ask you about your age or religion or things like that, or even family things. But they do, if sometimes they just kind of visit with you and ask you, of course, you go ahead and answer, but that's not something you should include in your resume. I know some of the resumes I've received, I have to correct and say, can you please remove like people would put their age, their height, their even their parents' names and so on. You don't put that there. In your resume, just stay professional and stay within 1 to 2 pages because some people have sent me 5, 6 pages listing everything they have ever attended, like workshops and things. No, I would say 3 to 4 workshops that have really impacted you, that have really made a change in the way you teach, so that had really made a difference in your professional journey. So just list those impactful, you know, um, professional development. Do not give me a whole list because it makes it so long, and a bunch of the administrators here, they won't even open, they won't even read that far. So stay within 1 to 2 pages, 1 page if possible. And normally we don't put pictures in there, but for international teachers, I recommend to put a picture on top, either top left or top right, just because it would help to see, some of them have never hired international teachers. So it is nice to be able to see how you look like. Of course, you're going to put a picture there that looks, that would look like you're friendly and have growth mindset and positive, because it will help you. Mike, I never did make made you. Did you want me to make you a co-host, Mike, or do you want somebody else? There's Art is back.
Yes, later po, Doc.
Okay.
Yes, once we are in the car.
Okay. Okay, just let me know, okay?
Yes,
Because
madam.
Giselle is also here. She wants to do that if you can. So there's
Yes,
somebody that
ma'am.
just said Zoom user. If you don't mind to put your name, that would be nice. So I tried to talk to Leslie. I mean Leslie. I was looking for Leslie, but talk to Art. So Art, how's everything going in Florida?
Hello,
Yeah.
good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
So
How is everything going in Florida?
it's good.
Good.
So yeah, so right away, I would like to share that um I am file a leave and I'll
Ah,
be in Spain this coming Monday.
nice. How long will
Yeah,
you be?
it's like 3 days in Spain and then
Nice.
we're going there from there like cruise to France.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome that
Yes,
you're able
also.
to do that. That
Yeah,
is good.
I file a
Boss lady.
leave because like I was not enjoying my summer. So
So
and
you're
then one thing is that the principal is very supportive.
wow.
Like the teachers, you are filing a leave. Yeah, so you are stressed for the past a month. Yes, I said yes. So I mean, I say
Yes.
that because yeah,
Mm-hmm. Some people would call that a mental health break. So
yes,
if you're really
yes.
stressed out, a bunch of the principals or administrators would actually allow you to do that. Because especially that you're teaching what, kindergarten or preschool. What was it that you're teaching?
Oh, yeah. Last year I was teaching with sixth grade to 12, and then
Oh,
right now I'm teaching with first grade.
okay. Did you want to turn on your camera? You don't want to turn on your camera today? Anyway, so the if you're teaching K2, kindergarten, thank you, kindergarten to second grade, usually they are not as strict, with the teachers
Yes,
leaving
yes.
or something for a little extended time because third grade and up, those are tested grades and they
Yes.
really frown on that. They don't really want you to leave. But I think it's legitimate to have a mental health, and I'm so proud of you that you're able to go. Do you have some friends going with you? Or are you going by yourself?
With my friends and partner too.
Nice. Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. That to me, the cruise is one of the best. And
Yeah.
I was
This is
talking to,
Alzamara cruise, and then I'm so excited with it because majority of the crews are Filipinos, and I
oh,
will meet them there.
and you will find that when you go to the cruise, I've been 3 or 4 times. You'll find that 80, maybe 80 or more percent of the staff there in the ship are Filipinos.
Yeah.
And I had a funny story. Last cruise we had, my mom was there and my two sisters, plus we got to take a kid each. So there were 7 of us. And so that filled up a whole table. And
Mm.
so what we did was we noticed that the Filipinos are serving us in the table. So we said, "Hey,"
Oh.
or I did. I said, "Hey, what are you eating in your staff area? What are you eating?" And they said, "We're eating adobo and all this stuff." And they were naming all these Filipino dishes, and I'm like, "Hey, can you please give us some tomorrow? We'll be glad to tip you."
Oh.
Give us whatever, some of your Filipino dishes that you like to eat. Oh my God, the next night, like 4 different dishes that they made, and so
Yeah,
they
because
invited,
they said
yeah,
like you can request or
yeah,
what food or drinks do you want?
yes, you can, and that's what we did. And the other people from the next table, they were like looking at our table because our table looked different than everybody else. And then it was one of my sister's birthday, and they even sent us a cake
Eh,
and a wine.
Oh,
So that was so nice. Yeah. So they really take care of you. Just make sure you tip them,
yeah.
and enjoy it. There's exercise place. How big is the ship? Like ours had 4,000 passengers. So huge. How big is your ship?
I don't know with the exact passengers with Azamara. But it's like a royal cruise.
Real, okay.
Yeah,
Those are good. Those are supposed to be really luxurious looking ships. So
yeah.
yeah, I've only gone
It's
Carnival.
my first time with
Oh
her.
yeah,
Yeah,
Norwegian. It's addictive. if you like it, you like it, and you want to do it again. And the more you go, you're like a frequent flyer, a frequent cruiser, and then you get to be like at the VIP. And so then you get some offers. And so I get offers all the time, like monthly offers to go with the Carnival cruise. And they even offer me like free a balcony or free suite. You just have to pay for taxes. But just no nobody that could go. My husband does not really like going to cruises. I guess he's been there, done that, and but it's really fun for me. I really like it. It's so funny because the teachers, you can always tell when there's a group of teachers because like they're like the loudest bunch and they're just happy together. And usually I would say, "Hey, you're teachers, aren't you?" And they said, "Yes, we are." "How did you know?" And I'm like, "Well, we just have this way of being so happy together." So,
Yeah, and
yeah.
they said it's one way also for learning the culture because
Uh-huh.
like if they are in the certain place, like if they're in the France, for example, and there is a culture like a dances and song will play in the port will come in the ship.
Mm.
Yeah.
Is wow. Is that cruise like themed, certain theme? Do you have a theme? Some of them have theme cruise like just for singles or just for family or some of them just like, a bunch of
Yeah, it's like a family
maybe a
ship. Yeah.
family cruise.
Yeah.
That's good. That's very good. Those are healthy. Yeah, those are good cruises. And so there are a lot of restaurants usually like that one had 10 different restaurants. And so we try to I think maybe we have tried at least half of them because some of them are not even part of your package, but you just have to like pay a little extra. But the thing with cruises, be careful if you don't want to lose or gain weight because
Yeah,
you
they
could
said
eat, oh
that.
my gosh, you could eat all the
The
time.
food is unlimited and this is
Yeah,
with all the fruits and with all the
seafood.
sweets.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Seafood, and we always sat by the window so we could see all the ocean and so on. And if you get like a balcony or a suite, that's the best accommodation because my husband and I would just go by the balcony and drink our coffee in the morning, and you can just see everything there. But if you are in the very bottom where there's not even a hole, or sometimes there's just a hole, it's not as good as balcony. But
Oh.
you can just go on very top there, where the public is, by the pool, and you can still enjoy it. But I still think balcony and the suite is are the best. But
Yeah, I think
anyway,
our room, I think that's very closest to the like a cafeteria or something.
good.
Like a coffee, yeah.
That's good. You don't have to walk too far to go there. Yeah. It's yeah, you get to choose where you want to be, and of course the better the accommodation, the more expensive it could be for you, especially if you are keep upgrading it or whatever. But anyway, have fun. I think
Yes,
teachers
thank
deserve
you.
a
Yeah, it's my
cruise.
first time to file a leave in a school
Oh
because the
wow.
last year I haven't enjoyed with it.
Well,
And with my principal is very supportive. Like, oh, good luck to your trip, and then don't worry about your kids. They're in the right hand. Because I said, don't worry because before I leave, I prepare everything. Like I put it in folder.
uh-huh.
What day will be like the file, the lesson plan every day to the substitute teacher, and I will meet on Monday. So we're
Oh
leaving on
wow.
Monday in the afternoon. So
You sound like really blessed to have a supportive administrators like
yeah,
that.
very supportive.
Yeah. So that's good. I changed my background to to a beach.
Yeah, that's very beautiful.
Yeah, it's beautiful
I miss
because
that one.
yeah, that's one thing that I really liked is that to stop there on some private island, and the ocean, the water is so clear. And if you do snorkeling or if you do diving, they have the most colorful fish. So just be careful though. There's just sometimes there could be accident or whatever, people you hear of people like falling or whatever. So just be careful right there by the ledge or whatever. But anyway, okay, well, you tell us about what happened there, and maybe, every time you go, you always learn something. We always,
Yes, doc.
meet some people. I always met the best people. One of the times I met this sisters. There were three sisters, and one of them is a partner of the fourth one. And they were from all over, one from Texas and the other one from Canada and one from the Philippines. And I think maybe two in the Philippines. But anyway, so they hang out with us. So we were playing like Filipino card games on the deck. And so they were like, of course we did not gamble. We just like got your pillow. Whoever loses, we put the pillow on the head. And it's so funny. The people were like looking at us like, but we had so much
That's
fun.
very funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fun. So yeah, I think everybody's experience will be different. Just like in our classroom, it's a
Yeah.
depending on how we do it. And so yeah, at night we like to go to get some sushi. Like we order like I think we were there sitting down and somebody ordered us like a sushi boat, like a really big thing of sushi. And so that was fun. That was an enjoyable thing. I think they thought that we were Filipino girls were having so much fun. They just thought, we wanna get you this sushi boat. So I said,
Yeah.
oh, thank you. Yeah. But anyhow, yeah,
Okay,
it's
by the way, it's today's the start for the fall, right?
yes, the start of the fall.
And then we have a 5 days break that's coming. I think this is in this November. Okay, so I hope for those teachers who are coming here, the new teachers, so enjoy the fall break.
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
some of them are lucky with full break, some of them do not have it. Um,
Ah, okay.
yeah, in Arkansas, we have three different selection. We have either traditional schedule, which is like, you're off by May or end of May or sometimes first week of June until you start in August. That's traditional schedule. Second way is the 4-day school, which they only usually teach, through Thursday and then off Friday, or some of them will be off Monday, whatever days that, but they only teach 4 days. And what they do is they extend the ending day to 1 hour. And in that way, you still have the same number of hours. And the third way is the all year round school. That means they're going to have longer breaks. They'll have fall break, they'll have spring break, of course, they have winter break.
Oh, yeah,
So
winter.
they would spread it out. And so, which means that, well, according to them, that they actually would help with the retention of students because they don't have that long break in the summer where there is those summer loss, they call that learning loss. And so I don't know, I wish that somebody would actually do more data analysis and see if that's really true. But the teachers are really enjoying it when they're off
Yeah, I think
the
that's
other
the time for the Filipino teachers to explore some states, right?
yeah.
Last year I went to Georgia and and Maryland. So,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
so hoping.
You have really traveled all over the US too, right? So you recommend that when you come to the US, do not just stay in the same state. Like you
Yeah,
are the same. You always travel. And I think that's something that is motivating for teachers that are still in the Philippines is like,
it's rewarding.
yeah, this is something you can do because in America, there's no such thing as a border. So you can just drive anywhere, right? And the only two states that are separated are Alaska and Hawaii. The other 48 states, you can pretty much drive anywhere. So you have
As
just have
far
to
as Vegas,
Las
yeah,
Vegas,
I
you can
wish
do Las
Vegas.
and
I,
yeah, and then those places that are popular like Vegas or Florida, they will have like cheap airlines like Allegiant Air, for example, that would have like cheap fares. Like in Arkansas, we could buy a ticket for $250, and that's back and
oh,
forth
that sounds
already.
great.
And that's a direct flight to Vegas. And so, yeah, I could get one, to my sister in Dallas for like $69. So that's yeah, like, we they have those deals like that. So I guess a message for us is, and in the message I want you to get from this is that, you're not just coming here really to teach, but you're
Yeah.
also doing a lot of learning,
Yeah,
about the
it's one way for learning the culture and the
yeah,
places. It's very beautiful.
yeah, very beautiful.
There's a lot here in the United States to explore.
Yeah, but then when you go on a cruise like that, it's inclusive already, so everything is already
Mm.
included, and then of course the taxes and so on was included too. But every night it's like a floating city. You could go comedy club, you can do a Broadway,
Wow.
you can whatever entertainment that you get. But then it's the people that you meet in the cruise. To me, is a plus. These are
Wow.
friends. These
I'm so
these are friends.
excited.
Yeah, these are friends that I continue to communicate, and I met them in a cruise. And the thing is,
Wow.
when you get out, like how many days are you going? 5 days, 7 days?
7 days.
7 days.
Seven
When you
days.
get out of there, you're like, oh my gosh, welcome to the real world again, because you feel like you're in the, fantasy world. You're like, okay, back to my life. Yeah. But it's nice. I'm sure. Are there cruises in the Philippines even?
Pardon? Come again, miss?
Are there some cruises in the Philippines? Do they have cruises there in the Philippines?
I think I don't. It's not so popular in the
Maybe
Philippines
dinner,
about
like
that
a
thing.
dinner
Yeah.
cruise or something. Yeah,
Oh
but
yeah,
yeah,
maybe. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
Well,
like a
anyway,
Thai. Yeah,
yeah,
in Thailand they do have that kind like the floating
yeah,
like yeah,
floating restaurants and stuff. Yeah.
restaurant.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we're off task, but still, that is still part of the cultural experiences that teachers would get when you come and teach in the US. Of course, every one of these things would take money, which means that Arthur had done a good job of saving and
Yeah.
and
And
having
one thing
money.
also is that when you have like a good friends, like there is somebody like will offer you, okay, can invite you, and there's the one who booked for your ticket. Like, oh my God, you're just amazed. That somebody will book you. Okay, like after this cruise, somebody like a friends of my partners like say, oh, I will book Arthur for this coming December. So in that is in the Honduras or the Mexico
Nice, nice.
cruise, and I'm so glad with that.
Yeah, you have to make sure you take turns though. You cannot just be a taker, taker, taker.
Yeah,
To be a giver too.
exactly. That's
So yeah, so if somebody will be kind enough to do that,
yeah.
make sure that you also return the
No, you're
favor.
my part.
Yeah, you have to, because like if you go on vacation, even with my husband, I've been married 37 years, if I pay for the ticket, okay, you're paying for the hotel,
Yeah, the
something
same
like
with
that,
me. Like saying,
Yeah,
oh, wait, you need to agree. Like, oh, you do this and you do that.
yeah,
That's a good one.
yeah. I think that's good to share. You do
Yes.
that just, yeah. But anyway, so I'm just proud of you. And
Thank you so much, Doc.
yeah. Okay, so Mike, can you tell us who you want to, or Giselle?
All right. Thank you so
Let me
much.
see. Yeah, thank you. Hi, Giselle. Welcome again. Giselle, tell me about your applications everywhere. Do you have any good news for us?
Nothing so far, Doc. I think aside from Alaska that I have seen, my applications are only I tried Alaska
Yeah.
and Arkansas, but no
Yeah. Well, don't
application.
don't give up, because you continue to do that, although school had started, because there's always some openings. People have babies, people, quit in the middle of the year. Sometimes bigger schools usually are not able to fully staff, so they continue to look, because they're putting they call them long-term substitute in the place until they find somebody. So I encourage you to go to www.schoolspring.com and continue to apply, because if they are advertising it, that means it's open. Okay. So and just make sure that if they have never hired somebody before from international, have them to feel free to give my name out to them and I could help them. And I don't charge schools for that for you, but they will, of course, they will, the designated visa sponsors will, when you get hooked up with them, that will be a different deal. They would be charging. Just don't use a third party agency if you could help it. But Cultural Vistas is one of my, I'm affiliated with them, partnership with them. So Cultural Vistas, .org would be what my first recommendation for visa sponsor, um, because they're really good. Caroline Gillum is my contact there. So anyway, so good luck. I know Giselle has really put a lot of her fillers there everywhere, and I have received a lot of like asking for a recommendation or whatever. And so the survey that they send you before they even interview you, they will send a survey from to your 3 references. So that's why in your resume, make sure that you have 3 references in the very bottom there listed. Make sure they have at least 2 administrators and maybe 1 teacher, because some of them require that. Or sometimes you can say do administrator, a colleague, and maybe a friend for a personal reference. But we had a school like I think Hope, Arkansas, they required 2 administrators in order, they really want to administer to. So you might want to, it doesn't, like it could be a supervisor, it could be your assistant principal and the principal. It could be that. So whoever it could be, anybody that's supervising you, because they wanted to get their opinion about your performance. So do that. If your resume doesn't have the 3 references in the bottom with their email and phone number and maybe their title, their principal, teacher, whatever, make sure that you edit it and add those, because you will never get an interview without your references. Never. Okay, because you have to have at least 3 references. So anyway, if you use ChatGPT, ChatGPT would be the AI that you could actually use to copy and paste your cover letter. That's what I would recommend. Copy and paste there and put revise. And in that way, it will make it sound very American. It sounds very professional. Of course, you have to read it again and see if that is something that, do you agree with it? Is that something that the AI actually understood? That's what you meant. And if not, you edit it before you make it a final. AI is a computer. So sometimes they would misinterpret what you're trying to say. So you need to make sure that it is what you want it to sound like or whatever. But it just always, to me, sounding much more professional if you use those ChatGPT, for example. And talking about apps, Gamma, that app, put Gamma, GAMMA, that app. Oh my gosh, that's like the best app to make PowerPoint. You could just like do a you say put create new, and you put create a PowerPoint, or you say create a presentation on this topic. And then you can put bullets and about what do you want to include in the topic, and boom, instantly it will just create the PowerPoint for you. And it had the slides. It will you can specify, I think, up to 14 slides. It's free, but you can if you specify, usually I put like align to CCSS, which is Common Core Standards, align to Common Core literacy, 8th grade, whatever it is that I'm trying to say. So if I do that, then it really will base the information on the standards. So if it's math, you would say CCSS, math standards. So if you do that, then what you're doing is really grade appropriate and aligned to the standards. I have done so many Gamma that app PowerPoint. It seems like that's kind of more fun for me. Like you have seen some of them maybe on my reels, because I really enjoy making it, and it's amazing how instant it is. Used to, I would do like a ChatGPT, and then I would copy and paste it to Gamma, but now I can just go straight to Gamma and it will do it, as long as you say align to, or align with CCSS, literacy standards or whatever. So anyway, so I hope you try that. And other things that I have recommended to teachers are Kahoot. Of course, Kahoot, that it. Kahoot and Blookit, Blooket. Blookit is good. Quizzes, Quizizz.com, Quizzes, or Quizlet.com. Anyway, there's a lot of different apps there that are so good. Of course, IXL is one of my favorites. IXL.com, you register for free, I guess good for 30 days or whatever days, for free to try it, and then have your students go either math, literacy, or science. And there's so many skills. It's by grades, and then there's so many different skills there that are in progressions of how it should be. And so I really like IXL. Of course, Khan Academy, KHAN Academy, is another one that's really good, because it explains step by step. For example, in math, it explains to the students like how these things should be solved. And so, because I think Khan Academy was founded by an uncle that was trying to help his nephew or niece how to do math, and then it grew from there. So now they're extending to other subject areas. So Khan Academy's got quality things, quality materials, resources in their website. I have a whole list of them, like because I had to present an AI workshop in Brinkley where Mike teaches. And so I got obsessed with it, and I went and made a complete lots of list. I don't not know if I'll share that if you ever want to get a copy of it. Um, I'll share that with you, and you just email me under McCullough@gmail.com. It's my last name, first name @gmail.com. Same thing with your cover letter and resume. If you have something like that that you want me to have, what happens is that I send these to administrator friends of mine, not just in Arkansas, but in the surrounding states. And a lot of time they would call me and say, "Hey, Merlina, can you know, I need some elementary teachers. Can you send me some elementary teachers that you know?" You know, they don't, I can send them the list of elementary teachers who sent them to me, but a lot of time they want ones that I've actually talked to, like you all, you know, because like Giselle, for example, is pretty much has, you know, have attended. How many years do you have now? Second year? This is your second year, Giselle, or third year? Second, second year, 2 years, at least 2 years solid, right? How old is your baby now? Because I remembered you pregnant. How old is your baby, your youngest?
The twin dog is already 2 years old. I started September 2022
Okay, so it
here
were
in
more than 2 years. Yeah, you have always attended, and so between Mike and Giselle, they're always my right hand. So thank you so much for always being there to support. Have you talked, Giselle? Have you talked to your cousins that are now in the U.S. that just arrived? You know, like Leslie's sister and brother. So brother is in Louisiana.
uh, it's not
Early.
it's his the sister-in-law dog. Kim is
So
still
no.
here, but I have heard that she's also coming.
Okay.
And I just like want to share to everybody also that what I did, doc, with my applications, I'm subscribed to every school district. So every Monday, I've got to get emails from the school districts, doc, wherein
Nice.
they're going to put their all the other hirings, doc.
Oh,
So
nice.
so far now, yes, doc, I subscribe. So they're going to send you an email. That would be every Monday morning. So I've got
Hmm.
to get emails from the school districts every Monday morning.
Good. So you chose some district, and then where did you go to subscribe in their website? There's a way to
Um,
subscribe.
I go to the link that you give, the 50 states, the hiring
Okay.
one. So I just
Okay.
go there. Then
And then
I get to
subscribe.
subscribe. Yes.
That's so smart to do that. Yeah. If you don't mind having a lot in your inbox, because that would drive me nuts because I have to clean my inbox. And that
Yep.
would drive me nuts. But if you're patient enough to like just look at it, and then that's cool to do that. Good idea. And that way, because I always recommend check it every day. If you're really serious about wanting to come, check your email every day, of course, and then your schoolspring.com. Check if there's any opening there that's new because they're posting something every day, something that you really like. And I always say, if you want mild weather, not too snowy, you stay on the southern part of the U.S. And that's looking at the map, it will be like Arkansas, and then stop there and just make a line across. They would be Louisiana, there would be Texas, those are Oklahoma, and then of course Kentucky, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, all those are pretty mild weather. Florida, California, and Hawaii are very much like the Philippines. So if you wanna not much difference on the like here my background, that could be Florida, that could be Hawaii, because they're very similar to ours, and people always want to go to those places too. So they're more competitive possibly. When you go to, I think Florida or Texas, there'll be a few people that are, a few students that are actually ESL or bilingual, usually the Hispanic language, or some schools are so diverse that they would have, so many languages in the classroom that you have. You may have some people from the Middle East, and people from, some South America and all that. But because our language in the Philippines is about 80% Spanish, so you can actually speak it because, cuchara, tinidor, la mesa, all those are Spanish, for example. So it's you can go to Duolingo, Duolingo.com, and study different languages. And that's kind of fun if you're bored. It's free. So anyway, so what else do you want to share? The subscription part is a really good. Giselle, thank you for sharing that. What else do you want to share for those that are new here?
Um, I forget to say I forget to say my greetings, Doc. Good evening here in the Philippines, and good morning, Doc, Sir Mike.
Uh-huh.
Um, unless it was as I did is first I always attend here in the Zoom meetings. What I attended here not just for my application but also every Zoom that we have to get so many things to learn about classroom strategies, which is very much helpful, and also we've got to meet other people, learn from them. So that's
Good.
what I always have. It's not um it's also for me, Doc, it's my inspiration. It gives
Oh,
me courage, and maybe it made me inspired that sometimes during the application, especially now that the start classes in the US has already started, so there are less hirings for this time, Doc. So it made me the Zoom meeting inspired me to get going.
good.
Um, Still apply because
Yeah.
I know time will come.
It will.
The time will come
It's your
fast.
time.
Yes.
He's gonna bring you here. Giselle, can you name some things that might need that you examples of things that you've learned that had helped you possibly in either in your classroom or even in your interviews?
Um. First, yes, the most important one Doc, is the five core propositions. I always use that in my interview, though I am not yet there in the states. But I said I always have my best interviews, Doc, that I
Yeah.
have, and the interviews that I have is made a great impact to my interviewers, though I was not hired. Some of the schools that interviewed me, they showed interest though, but I guess the reason why we were not there, me and Mafrana and Ma Marlene is the time. So it's our enemy as of the moment because the school needs it urgently, like the
Mm,
one we had with Anna Strong and Hope.
yeah. They
So,
want him
and we
now.
are when in elementary.
Yeah.
First thing that I would like to share with everybody is ace your introduction. That's always the put everything in there. I remembered my interview with I think that was in Hope, yes. And the principal says you already answered our questions from the introduction alone, Doc. So she
Yeah.
said, oh, you already answered all the questions that we have, but we are going to ask this to you anyhow because they have the rubric, Doc. So
Yeah.
one thing I have learned from Hope because they have this rubric that they are going to grade you with your answers with the interview.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, ace
Yeah.
your introduction, put it there, everything in there, but as you said, make it quick. Maybe a 2 to 3 minutes will do. Then put it there. So
It's
that's
like
what I
an
learned from
yeah.
you, bro.
Oh, thank you. It's like an
That's
elevator
also
speech. Yeah. Like
yes,
an
doc.
elevator speech.
That's
You have 2 minutes to sell yourself. Like hire me, whatever. And so that is 2 to 3 minutes and smile. Be
yes,
happy and not be like too serious because they're watching your expression as well. Now remember, 70% of our communication is nonverbal. So they're gonna be reading your face as well. So the more pleasant your face is, the more happy you are, the better your chances, right? And the five core proposition, can you remind them? Because I always mention this every time because I think everybody should learn the five core propositions of National Board. What are they?
knowledge of student, knowledge of content, assessment, reflection, and collaboration.
Very good. She
Yes,
oh, she
doc.
she she got this down path. Yeah. So when you answered, you always talk about, what you know about kids, your how you built relationship with the kids, right? And of course, you're gonna include the strategies on your knowledge of content. And then assessment is how do you know? How do you know where kids are? You are assessing them not just in the middle, but in the beginning, middle, and end. You're going to check and formative assessment in the middle. If you're having a lesson, how do you check if they got it or they're with you? Those are part of assessment, of course, reflection. How did it go? What do I need to go do next? Did it do well? Did it do not well? And I have to reteach. That's reflection. A good teacher is a reflective teacher. And collaboration piece would be your collaboration with parents or community members. Those are the field trips or resources that you bring to your classroom. It could be a special ed teacher, colleague that you work with, the physical therapist or the occupational therapist, all those people that are impacting the students. If you collaborate with them and talk to them, those are things that you could say in your interviews, to show that you are a collaborator. You don't really have all the answers, but it will have you will have collaborators.
Hello, Sir Mike. Oh,
Sorry, I had to tell my husband to I sorry, I'm having problems. I had to tell my husband to mute the TV. But anyhow, so anyway, so that corporate position is really good in your classroom as well as in your interview, especially. I have attended the honor of attending an interview where Giselle was there, and she's impressive. In fact, the human resource, the HR person said, I want her because she's very passionate about kids, and you can tell you almost like nearly cry whenever you're talking about your passion about teaching kids, and that's how he remembered about how emotional you were, and that how you can tell that you really do care. And that's what you want them to remember, that because they will interview at least 10 to sometimes more than 10 people. The bigger the school, the more they would interview. But some of them would be more efficient. They would say, okay, I'm going to just interview all this application. I'm just going to interview 5, and we'll pick 1 or pick 2 out of the 5. Some of them would do that, but some of them really liked interviewing people. So they would do 10, 12, all that. So I have helped teach schools where they want me to help them set up the interview, and I would be there. I've done it like 5 times already. And that was fun for me because, I've been retired since 2016. So being in the midst of that and being able to hear what you all are saying, and it makes me so happy when I hear the 5 core propositions that you're saying. I'm like, okay, I know where they got that. So it's almost like a parent, like, yay, like cheering you on silently. And I'm hoping, Giselle, when I was there and I couldn't say anything, but did you see in my face? I was like supporting you guys in my face. I don't know. Did you look at my face? Like, I
yes, Doc.
hope,
I
yeah.
remembered when you, yeah, yeah. Oh, when you told us that I will be there. That first talk, I was very it made me anxious because I said, "Oh, Doc will be there." I would be very stressed because I don't wanna let you down because you've been with us, you've been helping us. But when you were there, you know what? It's just like my confidence boosted.
Oh, good.
uh,
That's what I want. I
because
don't want you to all be scared.
yes,
Good,
seeing you there is really a big help.
good.
And also, I would like to share this with everybody. You've got when you're here in the Zoom, you have to talk. You really have to talk because it will practice your English. So I'm
Yeah,
not saying that I'm very good, but
you are you are
talking
fluent.
is one way. Yeah, yes, Doc. You will. I'm not fluent that enough, but I'm using this so that I could practice
Yeah,
myself. So
it's
you don't have to be afraid just to
yeah,
express yourself. Just
yep,
talk, share
yeah.
anything.
Very good. That's a very good advice again because Giselle used to be so shy. She hardly talked, and so I had to like pretty much get it out of her, and now you're coming out of your shell. So I'm very proud of that, Giselle. That's awesome. And so yeah, that's a very good advice because sometimes, of course, at first in the Philippines, we're not as fluent. Now, remember, I'm from Cebu, guys. I'm Cebuana, but I've been in the US 37 years. I had my education here in the US. I got my bachelor, master, specialist, and doctorate in from Arkansas State University. And so, but I was a teacher for 15 years. I was administrator for about that, close to that. And then I finally retired in 2016. So since I was only 48 at that time, so I decided, you know what, I need to continue to be involved in education. And I'm so glad that somehow it came to this, like I need to help Filipino teachers to come and I need to have a website. I think Mike had helped me with a little website, but then we ended up with a Facebook group that we have a few thousand, followers now. And I have my YouTube video. So if you search my name, Merlina McCullough and ITSA, International Teacher Support in America, um, you'll see my videos. I have more than 500 videos now, but 82 of them are from Zoom. So every Zoom that we've ever had is recorded. You will see it there. You'll see the growth that you can see Giselle's first time she attended. And that she came out of her shell and now she actually talks a lot now. So that's cool. And so that I do encourage you not just to attend one time, attend more than that because that also helps me remember you. And so when somebody would ask me to recommend somebody, like in elementary, I want to recommend Giselle and Marlon, Maria's mom, and also my cousin friends. Those are the three that I always recommend first because they were hired actually by a school, but then the school, rescinded the offer because the superintendent passed away. And so the new administration, they were not really comfortable about hiring elementary international teachers, or it was not in the budget. I don't remember the reason, but it just did not work out. We were having a roller coaster thing. We were happy. Maybe you were, we had done all the paperwork, and then they decided that it was not going to be. And I think the LCA was really the culprit, because if it was approved fast, we would have made it, right? But it was like what, 5 months, 4 months, I don't remember, but it was so long that because we mailed it in February, and by March we should have had it already. But it was like, I don't know when it was, but anyways, way summer, right? Before it came. So it finally came. But anyways, so he told me, Merlina, it's finally, or Dr. McCullough, it's finally here. And I'm like, too bad it's too late, but anyway, yeah. So those are some things to remember. All right, Giselle or Mike, can you help me call the next person? Or they could, you all want to put on chat if you want to talk, because especially if you are already here, I would love for you to talk to the applicants about your experiences, just like Arthur had shared about his experience and, well, his plan of going on a cruise, for example.
Hello po, Doc.
Doc,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think some of the teachers who are already here in the USA, I think Sir, I saw Sir Benevic. Sir
Okay.
Benevic just arrived last week.
Yes, Benevic, I would like to hear how your first week in the US. It's always fun to hear that. So Benedict, tell us when you arrived, what was your impression? Is your experience okay, or are you still struggling? Did you cry? Things like that. Tell us.
By the way, Doc, I
Welcome.
miss you, Doc.
Well, miss you too. Welcome. We'll have to see each other soon. I
Yeah.
try to meet everyone in person if you're in Arkansas. So
Yeah.
one of these days we'll see each other. So
Yeah.
anyway, so tell us about your experience. Tell us about when you arrived in the airport and all that stuff.
I
To start
came
with.
last week, September 10, so it's my 11th day.
Okay.
And then Mr. Robin Bautista asked for immediate sick leave for my adjustment. But
Okay.
even if I am in a sick leave, I'm still reporting in school so that I can adapt the environment, what else, the teaching strategies. Then I always ask Mr. Robin about the classroom style, about the classroom management.
Mm-hmm.
I always being with him so that I can easily adjust. Well, in
Okay.
fact, while he's in his training through Zoom meeting, whatever he heard, he always pass it to me.
Okay.
We always collaborate what is what the meeting talks about, and
Good.
I learned a lot with him.
Yeah.
And
What is his role there? Is it a principal or a teacher lead?
Mr. Robin is IF,
Oh,
instructional facilitator.
yeah, IF. Okay, they call them F here. Instructional facilitator. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was an instructional facilitator in the past. Yeah. It takes a lot of training to be that. Yeah. So it's both. He's gonna be all subjects, not just literacy, not just math. Gonna be all subjects.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And in my first day last Monday, Mr. Burton, the assistant principal, entered in my classroom, and also Mr. Bautista. And he gave me a fist bump after Mr. Burton
Nice.
observed me.
Okay, good.
And he
So what
smiled
were
at
the
me.
things that they like? What were the things that they like?
Yeah.
Did they tell you specifically?
Mr. Burton emailed me and compliment about what he observed, and he gave me a positive praise email about what he observed. But Mr. Bautista gave me a specific technical assistance. We had a press conference. The post conference. So we did it after school. So I will not make into detail, but
Right.
more on the classroom management. So if there are students who is eating or their food is in their head, so I need to tell them. So
Yeah.
I'm still adjusting what I need to do, what I do not need to do.
Right, right.
So
And that is something
it's
that
my
you learn
first year.
because every school will be different.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so did you have any problems at all, like somebody misbehaving because they're trying to test you, trying to test boundaries? Well, did anybody do that?
So far, I am blessed with this student. Majority of them are polite. There are some who are naughty, but they are not disruptive. They are not disrespectful.
Good.
So
Yeah.
when I give an instruction or activities, they do that activity.
Good.
So along the way, I am enjoying with this first week of my teaching experience, and I'm struggling with checking and recording their activities.
Oh, the
So I will do
e-school?
it right now. Yeah.
The e-school? Have you been trained with the e-school?
The paperworks.
Oh, the paperwork. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, of course, most of the schools here in the U.S. or in Arkansas anyway, is 90 to 100 is A, 80 to 89 will be B, and 70 to 79 will be C, and then D would be 60 to 69, and then below 60 would be F. So, but some schools that are higher standard, they would say, okay, we want 92 to 100 an A, or sometimes they would say A minus, whatever. But find out what yours is. And a lot of time it's actually on your handbook. So if you read the handbook, it's actually going to be listed there. And of course, your discipline part. I'm glad that you mentioned about the hood, because the hoodie thing that some kids would do that look like the Unabomber, make sure
Yeah.
that they're off, of course. And then a lot of times you can see kids that look like their shorts are showing or the brief showing because their pants are so low, so they have to pull it
Yeah.
out. I'm so allergic to that. I'm like, hey, look at your clothes. Is that something that's school appropriate? And for the ladies, you have to, a lot of times there is the policy where if they put with the length of the skirts or dresses, they have to put their hand down. Their fingers have to touch material, not skin. So if they stand straight and they put their hands down on next to their leg, they better be touching a material, the skirt material, not their legs. If they're touching their legs, it's too short. Okay, I had one of the angry parent experience that I had to deal with when I was an administrator was a parent angry because his kid was sent home. And I was the one that sent you because a teacher recommended this kid needs to be sent home because her skirt was it was not a skirt thing. It was like, that legging, and the legging had, those camel toe, which if you have a legging, you need to have a long shirt so that it covers, the front part. This one was like, she's got camel toe. Man, you might not know that, but something very, like it's not very it's too graphic, I guess, so it's distracting other kids. And so this teacher sent it to me, and I agree that this student need to be sent home. Some schools would have a closet like in the counselor's office where they have clothes that they could, have them to wear. Well, she went home, cried, and went to dad, told dad, and she happened to be special ed. But so I really actually deliberated at first, but then it's already out of my hands. The teacher already said that, and I already said yes. So I did that. The parent, oh my God, this burly guy came over to my office and said, "Hey, you are Dr. McCullough, all this." I made sure that he sat down. I sat down, and I was making notes about what he was complaining about, just yes, sir, and all that. So tell me more or whatever, what was the problem. And so he saw that I took it seriously. I really took notes and bullets. And so then I said, so this is what I heard you say. And then I said what I read my bullets and all that, because he was complaining that, well, why was my child sent home when these cheerleaders have shorts, that's really, really short. I'm like, well, sir, it's appropriate for the field or in the gymnasium whenever they do that. So it's very appropriate. But clothing, like an example for your daughter, is different because you don't want the boys to be staring at your daughter. You want them to respect her. And I know she deserves to be respected. And as a parent myself, I feel the same way. If it was my daughter, I would actually be thankful that, like, okay, thank you for correcting, because we need to not be doing this anymore. And I'm not telling you how to be a parent, but it's just I'm sharing with you as a parent and as administrator, that's how I would feel. That. So I was like just visiting with her. He came out of my office like happy. He was like, okay, like I cared about his kid. I even end up showing him her grades and so on, because I had it in my computer. So after we finished with that, like, oh, by the way, let me show you, how she's doing so far, bragging on her and so on. And so he came out of my office happy, and my secretary said, "So how did you do that?" He was so mad coming in here, and he came out, smiling. And so I said, that's what it is. You just be calm. You need to be calm. If there is a fire, you don't need to put another fire right there. You need to be the water, So, and I think they just want to be heard. He wants to be heard, and he wants to know that somebody also cares about his kid. And I do. I do. I am really I care about all our students here. We have, I think in that building we have about 1,000. I said I care about all of them. I want them to have a successful, junior high experience, and I want our girls to be respected by the boys, and vice versa. We need to have that respect. We need to not be distracting each other. And so, having experience for 2 years an all girls school, that's a totally different experience to have a co-ed. But anyway, so those are some things you may have to deal with. But I'm so proud of you, though. That it sounds like your first week was very uneventful.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's very rare. A lot of time, the first week is rough. So you must have been really like your rules, routines, and procedures. If you are really, how did you do the rules? Did you post it, or is there something that that the school gives you to do?
It's there are rules that are posted, but I tell the student that when my first meeting with them, I tell them the policy about the no cell phone allowed, be punctual. What else? If they have questions or want to go outside to restrooms, they need to raise their hands, and lastly, they need to be respectful. So I think.
Yeah, that's a good one in the bathroom, but some schools now are doing like you cannot they're supposed to go to the bathroom before they come to your classroom, right? So the first so many minutes they cannot go, so many minutes before the end you cannot go. Sometimes they would even just take the whole class. to go to the bathroom, because and then they also have a log sheet where you would actually have them to sign out and sign in when they come, because you want to know how long they were gone, because some of them would just like go visit their friends or something, or go to the gym. So you want them to sign in and sign out, and then that way you can study it later, which kid is always like being gone, and all this. And so some schools are very strict about that, and they know when a teacher is really, paying attention to that. And so yeah, and raising the hand, and I think a common mistake that I see that teachers do, and new teachers that come to America do, is that they try to compete with the student. Like the students are still talking, and then you talk over them. No, you need to make sure their voices are off before you turn yours on, right? It has to be 100% off. Like I just raise my hand, and I expect them to raise their hand back until I see every hand up. I do not talk. Because my rule to them, we practice this, is like when you raise your hand, I want you to look around in your neighbors and get their attention so they will get their hands up. Because I'm not gonna talk until every hand is up, and that when your hand is up, automatically level zero on silent on your noise level. So if you do that, then you don't have to compete with them. There's no rudeness, because a teacher that would actually, just compete and do over and just like, talk anyway while they're talking. If as an observer, I would say, okay, there are 12 students, 11 students were talking. One student, I would record this actually. One student is listening because the teacher did not turn off their voices. Or if they have a Chromebook, they're having their Chromebook, they were looking at YouTube, they were looking at everything else. And you have the Guardian app, which shows where everybody is. But why don't you just tell them, we are not using our Chromebook today, so please turn it off and put it under your whatever, wherever you want to put it, because it's distracting to them. You already have, most schools already have a no cell phone rule. And so that's how they're using the Chromebook, is communicating with their friends or whatever, and looking at stuff that they usually watch with their phone. So you're hurting yourself. I actually observed a teacher lately that had done that. And so I'm like, so when I debrief, I said, well, you might want to improve this part right here. I don't know if you noticed that. 10 of your students did this. Well, because I pay attention to those. I would do, when I observe, I would look at next student, I would do like that to see what they're doing. And so I would, that way I'll know how many kids are really paying attention. Some kids are actually distracted, So if you have that rule or expectation that we respect each other, respecting here means that when I'm talking, I expect you to be quiet because I do the same. When you talk, watch me. I also listen. Okay, so that's the expectation here. We respect each other and you respect each other. Student to student relationship should also be good, because when I'm watching a classroom and students are being mean to each other, they would say, shut up, rude like that. I said, no, there's a better way to say that. You say, be quiet, please, all that. You do not just say shut up to somebody. That's rude. And you hear that a lot in high school. And so so I correct that. I'm like, did that sound nice? Did it sound rude to you? It sounded rude to me. So they would correct it. And I would, in my rule, when I do the rules, I would do examples of that. Like, we do not say this. You don't say this at home. At home, so, yeah, we say that. Well, then that's not the way I want you to know. In our classroom, we don't do that. We're not going to be rude to each other. Because when I see a bunch of students being rude to each other, it actually reflects back to the teacher. What is the teacher doing in order for that behavior to stop? You're in high school, by the way, here, in high school in America, or at least in Arkansas, I observe, when you move them from the back to the front, that's a punishment. Okay, they consider that a punishment. One teacher I observed one day, this kid threw the biggest fit, they got so mad because the teacher just moved her away from talking with the friends or whatever, moved her to the front. She threw a fit, like, what did I do? What did I do? Why am I being punished to be moved here? I mean, threw a fit that the principal was there. She also talked back to the principal. They finally called the police. She had this anger management issue. But it started from the teacher, Filipino teacher, not knowing that if you move a student from the back to the front, that is a punishment in their mind. Okay, but the thing is, I observe even when I do workshops, okay, when I do workshop, teachers do not put themselves in the front. I have to move people to the front because they want to sit there in the middle or in the back. I'm like, oh, come on, move over here. I always sit in the front, because I'm short and people are always tall and I'm always like they're covering me. So I always sit myself in the front. So that doesn't mean I'm punishing myself. It's just that that's where I'm comfortable with. Okay. But in America, you have to watch for that, especially in high school, because that is a big thing for them. And another thing that I see as a source of a problem sometimes is that if they are sitting with their friends, if you're sitting them with their best friends or their close friends you observe who are close, they are going to be so distracted because they're going to be talking about things outside, things that they do, things that they're going to do after school or things that happened last night. So I actually made that as a reward. Like on a Friday, if you have been so good or whatever, whatever rubric you're going to say, you get to sit, you get to choose where you want to sit. But it's very rare. They have to earn it because a lot of times I have assigned seats. And so if you have assigned seats and you draw it in your clipboard over here, so every class you have a assigned seat and put the name, all you have to do is look at which seat is empty and very easily, mark an absent. You do not have to call the roll. Please don't call the roll every day because that's wasting time. You might do that the first week, because you're still trying to learn their name maybe 2 weeks. But usually after first week, I don't call the names. I just look at my sitting chart and I would mark it. And sometimes I would also have a student that would be assigned. I would divide this this chalkboard into, 6 classes, for example, and just a spot for whoever's absent. So every class has a attendance person and an assistant in case that one is absent. And so that's what they do first. They do that. So all I have to do is look up, okay, one person absent. So there's 15 students and one is absent. So I should count 14. And I count 14. Okay, that's correct. And so then, yeah. And so that helps. In high school, that seemed to be, they want to be the boss. They want to be, okay, I'm going to be over here standing and looking at attendance. And so anyway, your sitting chart. I saw somebody that's so organized that she had like, she had 6 periods. So she had like 6 little those little type names like that with a tape, and she put it like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So every seat, she knows which child in first period, this child, second period, this child, just little beady sticker thing, And so it was so organized. So it's third period, you know exactly which kid will be in the third period. You just look at the third one on the list. So she had that done. And then of course she told students, do not be touching this, do not be picking this because it is really important that, leave it alone. But so things like that. And also another trick would be, because you want to call them with their names. Don't call them before you ask the question, because then the others will just not pay attention. You already called somebody. But have them to do a tenth, having a tenth of their names. So for example, I have this paper. So I have this paper in the hot dog fold. This is hot dog because it's long ways, and then have them to put their name here, usually in a big marker. I even have them to decorate it, and you make that like a tent. I call that my tent name tag things, and put that in front of them. So because you don't know them yet, and then once I memorize who they are, I would tell them, hey, put up your name tag, your nameplate, because I already know you, all that. So my goal as a teacher is by the first week, sometime when I was younger, the first day, I could take it off. By the end of the day, I would know everybody. And of course, when you have big classes, like when you do in high school, where you have 150 students total, that's a limit, by the way. Then you might know some people 4 or 5 per class. So make yourself a goal that by the end of the first week or the second week, then all their name tags will be gone because I know them already. Because they want you to know them. And standing by the door is a powerful thing. You should be by the door greeting students every single time. So make yourself be out there greeting them coming in. Hey, good day. I hope you're having a good Monday. Oh, great job on Friday night's game. You did 10 points. Wow. I would do a personal comment. Be careful about be careful about saying something about their, especially for male, something personal like their beauty or anything like that. Something appropriate. Like the boys always like they have new shoes. Oh my goodness, love the color of those shoes, especially red. Red, my favorite color. I would say things like that I notice something, their things, not their, sometimes at the hair, like they have beads on their hair. Oh my goodness, that must have taken a long time. How long did it take you? 12 hours. And I'm like, you're more patient than me, girl. So anyway, they like those comments that you are authentic. You're not just making it up. You really mean it. Like I really do admire this because I went to the Bahamas and had my hair braided and it lasted me 24 hours because it was so itchy that I had to have it taken out. So I really appreciate that they could do that. They could sit that long and they could keep it that long. So it takes some patience. So anyway, so if you do that, then it also adds to your knowledge of students. They know that you care about them. Say first one in class, good job, and all this. So I would do just whatever little comment that you do and all that. Sometimes they would share things with you like, oh, I'm so nervous because I have a math test today. And so the next day I would say, how'd you do in math? Did you do well? Things like so I would remember what they shared with me and I would ask them so that I have some little comment every single day. Some people would do a fist bump when they come in, just do a fist bump. Hey, good day, whatever, I'm hoping that you are having a good day. Those are little rapport building things that you do with your students. Those are simple but powerful. Because if they come in there and the teacher's not even by the door, then you don't care, You want them to have that welcome, just like when we have company in our house that we want to be by the door, and then when they leave, we want to be by, to say bye to them. Kind of like that, in the classroom, I think. So you have your rules, you have your routines. So those are part of your routines. You have to practice your routine. Like, this is how I want the papers passed, So from the back, 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4 by 5, it should be to me. So it will be, I count. And when you get there, I would do little routines like that. And that's the expectations I have. One of the standards is you have to have students have jobs, some task for students. So you could have somebody like the paper passer or distributing books or whatever. You give as much jobs as you can. And some people would do like a poster with the jobs, the job listed. I told this to Mike, job listed, and then you put those clothes hanger, those not clothes hanger, clothespin, this little clothespin, put their names on it, and then you can move the kids then to the different jobs. You can even assign a kid to move jobs every day. And that way, all they have to do is look at the job chart, what their job for the day is. That would work a lot with elementary and high school. It might work. You don't just give them too many jobs in high school, but elementary, you can give them a lot of jobs, especially if you're self-contained. They stay with you all day. I was lucky to have years where I taught that I had my kids all day long. Wonderful. We were doing research. We were doing all kinds of project-based learning things because we didn't have the restriction of like they have to go. They are with me. So we actually had a theme for the month, and we actually had a project going. When they get done, they go back to the project that they're going to present at the end of the month. So they have project 12, 9 months of the year, they have 9 projects. And then the audience, we plan the audience. This presentation will be for first graders. So I want you to make your vocabulary simple because it's going to be first graders. The next one will be 6th graders and your 4th graders. So this is going to be 2 years higher than you. I want you to use a thesaurus, and I want you to look for some fancy words because it's going to be, so you're showing that you are, you're you're an English teacher, right, Benedict? You're English teacher, right?
Math teacher, ma'am.
Oh, you're math. Okay, for some reason I thought you were okay. So for math, then, expect them to actually show their work. That is really big, right? I think a Blookit is really good for math things. So you just have to go to Blookit and have them to play. Make sure that it's related to your topic. Do not just play for the sake of playing. Make sure it's related. One of the Brinkley teachers this week when I visited, she was doing electricity and magnetism. So I was sharing with her. We actually went to jeopardylabs.com, and that's wonderful because if you go to jeopardylabs.com and then you can just type your topic, and people already in the world have already made those. So you can either edit it or just use it. Okay, like a Jeopardy. And it had the answers already, and you have to, you decide how many teams keep what they said, or you edit that, and then you have them. For example, if you have 4 rows, you have 4 teams. Okay, and so the very first one, the very first person would answer the first question, and then when they get done, they move to the back. And then so that way the second row then would be in the front, and so on, and it keeps the score. And I always have them to like, okay, create a name for your group, and so I will type the name there, and so that when I call them, who wins. And if you have somebody that that does quiz bowl, if you borrow the little buzzer thing, that's powerful. But if you don't have that, you could do like a little stuffed animal. There's a little or a little ball thing that whoever's done first, everybody's got this little ball from all, and then whoever gets, throw it first, and that there's the first one. But the one that with the buzzer from the quiz bowl thing would be so good because it turns off everybody else. So it really shows you who the first person that raised their hand first. If you don't have those buzzer, have an extra judge, like one of your kids that that like to be your assistant. Have them to help you look and see who's the first one. So if they could not do it, the second person can do it, and then third person can do it, and then nobody else, you have to answer it. Okay, that's gone. No points for that. Let's go on. You just make sure that you have to have this rule of in between. You cannot be too noisy. They get excited about it. They get it right? But you cannot be too noisy because you have neighbors on both sides, for example, across the hallway. So you have to make those rules if you're going to do that. Blue Kit is good. When Maria was playing Blue Kit, when I'm observing her, I would actually join, and I would put, like, of course, my alias thing. They don't know, MM, or they don't know. MM would be easy, but I would do an alias thing that they thought I was one of the students. And I feel bad when I win it because I'm like, oh no, Maria's giving a prize for the first one. And so I said, okay, second place, you're really first place. And I usually bring candies anyway, so I give the prizes out. But yeah, join in if you can. And there's a lot of math things, by the way, there. That's good. So anyway, you have any question or things that you feel like you're not ready? This is your first week. Do you feel like your experiences in the Philippines helped you deal with your first week here? What were the things that you used in the Philippines that worked here?
I was reminded about the sitting arrangement, attendance, and I have a lot of learnings, takeaways.
Yeah.
About the interactive activities.
Yes, interactive. If you email me, I will send you a list of interactive activities that you could do, and it has a step-by-step thing on how to do it. Gallery walk. Yeah, gallery walk. Think, pair, share. Think, pair, right, share. TPS, TPWS. All those things that would yes, no. You could have a line there and say, okay, if you agree with this solution, you go to the yes side or the no side. Just get them up of their seat, out of their seat. And then you could do things like if they look bored, especially after lunch, your class after lunch, they're going to be so sleepy or whatever. So I would say if somebody do a solution on the board, I would say things like, okay, if you agree, stand up. If you agree, I want to do, for elementary's work, hop like a rabbit. High school would say no, but you can say things like if they cross their hand, that's good for brain research. They said, put your right hand over your left ear, and then do it the other way if you don't, so anyway, do things like that in order for them to be involved. Okay. And I think a good math, Marissa, I have to use Marissa, math, she's high school. And so I love the way that she would open her class. She would have a do now activity, and she would have or PowerPoint. She would for the lower learners, struggling learners, she would actually print those slides with a blank, for note slides, Dave, that there's 3 or 4 in one page, whatever, and with the missing words in there, they have to fill out in order to pay attention. They don't have to take the notes because it's hard for them. So she would do stuff like that, and she would do she actually prepared things already from the do now where they're doing it, and then they're doing it for 10 minutes. And then she would do a lesson, and then she always has a board work where they would do, board work, sometimes, a paired work, because they're not, sometimes they get, especially high school, they get embarrassed to be there by themselves. So I would say, okay, you and your partner go solve it together. And then that way they could actually be working together on the board. So if you have the team again, like I did with the Jeopardy labs, okay, team one here, team two, team, because you got this big board. And then you have the audience, okay, do you agree with the solution for team one, team two, team three? Because I encourage, as a math teacher before, I was a K6 math teacher. I encourage my students to be involved in it. Like they have to judge, okay, before I would say that's good or not, I want to see, they have 4 ways of getting to this answer. But what is the most efficient way that they got there? Because they would have like elementary, they would have things like they would draw things. Of course, if you're going to draw 90 things, that's not very efficient. Some of them would do the blocks thing, and all that. Okay, which one would be the most efficient way? So if, for example, if you take your test, you're going to be allowed around a minute per problem or less, or sometimes 30 seconds per problem. So who do you think will actually finish the test and be, so you have to look at the efficiency. It might be all good, they come up with the right answers, but you have to look at the most efficient solution. Right? And so you have the audience to be involved in that. And then you have them to talk. I think with math, with science, with literacy, any subject, the discourse part of it, the discussion part of it is very good. You do not, the teacher should not be doing all the talking. You should allow your students to talk about it, right? And according to research, the students actually teach each other better than what we do because they speak their own language. So a lot of times for folks that are new, if you put your arrangement into pairs, like they're sitting next to each other like pairs, it's actually better. And then you make it into a U shape, and that way in the middle of it would be a space for them to present. That do a lot of representing. So you have those, every school have those rolled piece of, those long paper that you use for bulletin boards. Have those, have tier a bunch of those, especially if you have them to solve it and then they have to present it. Okay, so when they present it, they know you're having them, it's more fun for them because they're involved. They're more tired than you. So at the end of the day, you should not be the one tired. They should be tired because you are giving them, you taught them, and now, so you are doing the I do this, and now we do this together. Let's practice as we do this. And then now that I know you might be able to do it with a partner before you even do it by themselves individually. So that's called GRR, gradual release of responsibility. So I do it as a teacher, I do it first. Let me show you. And it's possible, use manipulatives, it's possible. If possible, do video. Find something on video, 3 to 5 minutes, less than 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes, actually perfect. But anyway, to show them something different than just you. Okay, after that, then let's practice this together. Sometimes your practice could be them in four people there or whatever, but and then partner, and then before you actually give them the individually. I think the problem with some of the teachers that would just like, okay, let me just talk to this. No, you do it. I mean, if you skip the other parts and you think that the students already got it, that is a problem because you will have lots of issues when you analyze your tests and more than 20% failed it. You should not blame the student. You should blame yourself. You should say, what did I do that was not clear? Did I skip a step? Did I just go from I do it and then you do it by yourself? That's a very common problem. You did not give them the practice. You did not give them the opportunity to have a board work where they actually would observe how it's done, or to have the discussion, a talk with someone or in a group. If you give those opportunities, they'll remember those. Oh, this is what we did. This is my partner and I did this on the board. They would have more memories of what it was that you did, right? And so anyway, so that's what the things, those are the things that I notice with teachers that are kind of, call them weaker teachers, because they don't understand that children need practice. You do not, I know that it might be easy. And what you'll find in math also, Benedict, is that some of them still have not memorized their multiplication table. And that, with the multiplication table, they're not going to be good in division and then all those higher things. So I required my students to memorize it. So I required them. I would say like the first table that I had them, of course, they know the 5s, the 10s, they would know those. And the 2s would be easy, 3s would be easy. But from 6, 7, 8, and 9, it's hard for them. So I would start with 7 first. And when I was teaching the K6 math, I would start with 7. I think when third grade, I think third grade and up. I start with table 7 because we use the calendar to see 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 40, so they know those and they memorize those. And then when I'm having my duty, they come over there to me and say they have to do it 7, 14, 28. So they have to do that with fluency. So they do that. So by the time I do, and then I did like, okay, table 7, you can print out some things on table 7 and you can time them for a minute and see which one, could do it. And I think there are some issues with speed tests. As you used to be back then, when I was teaching, of course, in the 90s, they were not saying bad things about speed tests. So I was doing it like, let me see, fourth graders should have 6 minutes for 100 questions, 100 multiplication questions, for example. And so then fifth graders should have 5 minutes to do 100 problems. And then sixth graders would have 4 minutes. So that's what I do. I would set it. And then when they get done earlier, they would tell me, I tell them the time. So if they did it before that, I say, 2 minutes to 20 seconds, 220. And they put it there, top 1, top 2, and then my top 3, I'd actually have this little step thing, and they would be like how the Olympic is, you have first, second, third, and they would do that. And I have this little plastic medal thing that I would give they were wearing that really proudly because they were the top 1. My record was a 6th grader that did it for 45 seconds, 100 problems, 100%. Okay. And so when I did that multiplication table, they have this graph thing that they actually would graph every day. So they have the graph started at 80. So below 80 would be just one little thing. And then after that, it would go up. And so they could see the size of their graphs going up, because you want them to be 80 and up or better, And so anyway, so they could see. And then for those that are always low, I send them a thing to practice at home. And I tell them that, you know what? So it will not be too boring. And you like potatoes. You wash the potatoes, you have your parents or somebody help you to like put the hole or something, a potato using fork, and then wrap it with plastic and then put it in the microwave for 5 minutes, for big potatoes. And then once you get done with your speed test, then you can have your potatoes. You can eat it. I would do things like that. But anyway, but only for those that did not really have the mastery. And then we would do the next table, 8, 9, whatever. And then later on, I would mix them up and in that way. But my kids, because I would do that, the beginning part, first month, they have mastery. But so before I even go to the division, I want to make sure that their multiplication is already mastered, because I have seen seniors and 11th graders here in America that do not know their multiplication table. And so there are 2 things that we should memorize in this world. I believe, or I heard this from somebody, because of the technology, you don't have to memorize a lot of things, but you have to memorize your ABC when you were little. And then you have to memorize your multiplication tables. Those are the 2 things that I say you have to have that here, because of course there is a calculator, yes, but you want to be you have the math fluency, all that. So anyway, did not mean to lecture you because I'm preaching to the choir, this stuff. But I just want you to know that, yeah, you just need to know that if you expect that all your high school kids already know the tables, you would be wrong. You would be wrong. And then so anyway, so those things you can practice with, just check it. I'm wondering if there's a way that you could check, because
They always use calculator, mom, even if the single digit. For example, 8 times 4. So they are dependent in calculators.
But you want them to be fluent too in math, because they're not always going to have a calculator. What if you're stranded in an island with no calculator? I would always say that is a life skill. You have kids that would work in a store, in a dollar store, and would not even know how to count the change. That's a simple, division, subtraction and addition problems. And so anyway, but because coming from the Philippines, where we are so big on mental math, like I got so fluent on my math that I would, my mom had business. And then so if there's 100 pesos and they owe 68.22, I know that it's 31.78 is the change, just like that. Because because I got so fluent in the math in the math, mental math. So those are my mental math time moment, because I want them to be so fluent in math. And so anyway, so we had I have to brag, but this is called humble bragging. I didn't know this word. We Filipinos, we're good at humble bragging. But there was when I was my first 4 years of teaching, that's when I was a math teacher. They call them Title One. So those are kids that did not qualify for special ed, but they were bubble kids. So I was addressing them. I usually have 70 students, K6, and they come to me, for like a math remediation thing. I had an aide with me. And so anyway, so the expectation for that project that was funded by the government, the expectation was 2.5 or to 3 points gain. My gains were 18, 20, all that. That's how much they have gained on their scores, the average kid. So a kid could be, if they are 47 and the expectation is they go to 50. My kids would be to 65 to 70. They got big because it's not me, it's them. It's because they got to be their fluency is good. They were able to finish the test because they were so good at it. They don't have to do their, the little tally marks in order to figure it out and waste time. So they got done. And that helps your score as well, because they are so fluent in that they won't need, they won't need the calculator, because that buys that would buy time. So anyways, but that's just me. That's my belief. I think kids should be just like, as a literacy specialist, a literacy teacher, I always believe that kids should be good writers. I think in math they should be good, mental math person, or that they would have the math fluency. What are your beliefs? What are the things that you make like, I guess everybody has idiosyncrasies, the things that you really, big on. What are you big on? Like in math, they have to do this. Which one would you say?
Same with you, ma'am. The multiplication table, they need to memorize it. When I was young, before I play, I need to memorize multiplication table. I need to recite to my father the multiplication table. It starts from 1 to 10.
Yep.
And then I can play.
Yep. That's what you can do in your classroom too. When they get done, you would have a chart.
Okay.
They get done with it, and then you have them to check. And in that way, you can have the checklist, and you know exactly which kid doesn't have it yet. All this. And I usually have just little sticker or little prizes once they've mastered it, and all this. So I always have when they were doing things, I would always like check it as we go, and I would say, oh, we have, put a star on it, like, oh, we have somebody with a 5-star. It's a 5-star general now. Five things that are correct. I would do things where I will to monitor and give feedback instead of me sitting on my desk. I would monitor and ask permission. Is it okay if I see something that's already correct? I would put a mark on it, so that way by the time I get done with that, there's not very much I have to check. I never have to take work home because I was already giving feedback that way. Some kids would say, no, I'd rather have you graded at the end. I respect that. That's fine. But usually you have one or two of that. But I always ask them permission. Just like when I read their work on essays, I always ask them, is that okay? Because I always treat it like that's their masterpiece. I need to treat it like their masterpiece. So is it okay if I mark this, or do you rather have me put a sticky note on my comment, sticky note? I said, okay, that's fine. Some of them would say, that's okay, you can write on the side, whatever. So I would always respect what they say. So just like as a math teacher, try to respect what they want, and so on. I think that works for everybody else that does, teaches any subject. So any other thing that you could advise others? What were the things that surprised you that you had expected would be in America but wasn't, or just something new? What were some things that surprised you?
I jotted down all the things that you have said, and I will do that in my classroom. Then here in America, they always greet you, especially in Hope.
They always
will
what?
greet.
They will greet you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not going to be common here, by the way. That is a culture of the school. A bunch of the school, some kids will just ignore you. Like, your chop liver, because like, hey, hello, some of them were just like, really, they talking to their friends, whatever they want to say. But in my classroom, I always tell them that it is a sign of respect that you greet them. You say good morning or whatever to each other. Just like when, teachers would come to my house, Filipino teachers that come and spend time with me here in my guest house, I always tell them, make sure you say good morning to Mr. McCullough. They of course they're gonna say good morning to everybody else, but just make sure that you do that because that's just something that's a common courtesy, right? And so you have to teach your students that. And other teachers will notice, you know what, your kids are so respectful. They're always saying hi to me or they're always, greeting me or whatever. And I think that will goes back to home too. Because the parents at parent teacher conference would say, you have taught my child to be this. They would say things like, oh my gosh, my child used to oversleep, did not want to come to school. Now they're excited because they don't know what you're going to do next time. We'll be cooking one day, we'd be doing commercial another day. We could, we are doing all kinds of exciting things that are based in real life, so they have to learn like mathematicians do. What do mathematicians do? This is what they do in real life. So that's what you need to emulate in your classroom, right? Yeah. So anyway,
Right,
you can see I'm excited about math and literacy. I did teach science too before, guys. So yeah, core areas. Anyway, social studies, I always integrated with my literacy. So I would do the historical things as part of my essay writing, especially World War II. For some reason, I'm really big on World War II and presidential biographies. I love to read about the biographies of the US presidents because they're so funny. Some of the experiences are so funny. Anyway, you have any question for me? You feel free. You have any of my emails. I have my cell phone in the bottom. Feel free to text. I don't like calls because my kids might call me for emergency. So I'd rather reserve the call for emergency. But you can
okay.
text me. You can text
I
me
will
if you
just
really
email
need
you,
to.
ma'am.
Yeah, if you really need to call to really talk, that's fine. You just text me. I said okay if I talk to you, whatever, and it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, but
Okay.
if you are in the Philippines, please don't call me. I have people that will call me. I don't even know that, and I'm like, what in the world? So, but you're welcome to email me, to text me, and if you have an interview for those that are still in the Philippines, if this is your first interview, you're so nervous. I really have done a one-on-one interview with folks, and then I would comment on your answer. Or you could go to our YouTube channel and look for the Josephine video. Josephine video, two videos that Maria and I made with Josephine. She did a very good job answering questions. And then Maria and I put an input of like, you might want to add this, you might want to do this, you might want to add examples. So we were doing comments with her. So that might be something you can do. Benedict, what were the things that you used in your interview that you felt was so good that they hired you? What were the things that you said, or what were the things that you used? Did you use anything from here?
I always search about the school, their mission, vision. Then
Yes.
I am integrated with my answer.
Good job. I said
And
that
then,
before, so that's good. That's good. So they're impressed with that, right? They're like, "Ooh,
yeah.
somebody's paying attention." Yeah. Okay. What else did you do?
Then always feel them that you love the school, you love the staff, you love the I mean you love the whole classroom environment.
Okay.
Of I am blessed that I have a Filipino colleagues. Then they're telling me about what not to do and not to do.
I
And
have
of
met
course,
most of them. I
yeah,
have met most
yeah,
of them. They remember
yeah,
that they met me? Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And they know you.
Yeah, I have met them because Cecilia, who is a elementary math teacher, fourth grade, I was coaching her last year. And so she had a get together, a supper dinner thing at her house. And so she invited them, and somebody cooked this really wonderful soup. I remember the soup. It's like a pork soup. It was so good. Anyway, so yeah, tell them I said hello. Okay. So one of these
Yes, ma'am.
days,
Yes, ma'am.
it's a 5-hour drive for me. And Cecilia
Mm-hmm.
actually drove from Hope to come see me during my anniversary. I have an yearly
Wow.
anniversary party here in Salem.
Mm-hmm.
And so our 37th wedding anniversary, they drove, she and her husband drove. And I told
Oh,
her,
okay.
you spend the night because, we have room. They said, no, we're going to drive back. So they drove back. But her husband and my husband really get along and start talking together. So yeah. So did you say you have somebody that you brought here too, your wife or anybody with you?
I will bring my wife next year, ma'am.
Next year. So that's
Yeah.
a smart move. What was your thinking? Why did you decide to do that instead of like doing it this year? You wanted to save money or something?
And yeah, I need to save money and settle myself before they come.
Okay.
The apartment, the car, then the insurance,
Smart.
whatever
Good
they
choice.
need.
Yeah, because right now, are you having roommates or something? Is that what you do?
Uh, I have a roommate with Sir Leo and Miss Jedeline, the younger middle school teacher.
Yeah, because when they come here, you don't want to have roommates, if you
Yeah,
can help it. It would be nice to have your own. Although I have heard some people that would actually have two couples together. But to me, I want my home. I want my home to be with my
yeah,
family, and I don't have to share it with others, because it's okay to have company, but you don't want a 100% company all the time, right? You want your privacy. Yeah, I get you. And I think that's smart. Although it really takes a lot of sacrifice because you miss them, right? You miss them a
that's
lot.
true, man. That's true.
Yeah, so that's a lot of sacrifice. I don't think I can make it. So
I am thankful with the messenger. We have
oh
now
yeah.
messenger.
Yeah, but it's so different still to have them. Oh my gosh. But we're so lucky with technology now, with social media, that we can actually talk for free. When Mr. McCullough and I, that's how we met, we were pen pals. When we were talk back then in 1987, 86, before we got married, we actually had to pay $3. He had to pay $3 something per minute. That was AT&T. That was a long distance fee because there's no Facebook, free Facebook, messenger things, nothing. So he had to pay, like he said, his phone bill was between $900 to $1,500 a month because we talk all the time. So, and that time, the fare to the Philippines was only 700 back and forth, 700 or 800, so less than 1,000. So it was actually going to be cheaper for him to go visit than talk all the time, weekly, twice a week, you know. But anyhow, so yeah, I'm glad that you're working it out. I
Thank you,
hope
man.
that it could last a year before you
Yeah.
get so miserable, like, oh my gosh, I miss them. Yeah, but you can always change your mind. You don't have to wait a year because in America, you make about 8 to 10 times anyway that what you did in the Philippines, but you're spending dollars, right? So you can always do your math, like, okay, maybe in 4 months, maybe I have the money, and maybe it's not worth the sacrifice I have to do not having my family here. I may not have as
Yeah.
much savings, but they're here with me, because later on you get so depressed. You might talk to them, but then it's really different when you have them in person. So, but
Yeah.
kind of, I think spending time, because you have so many Filipinos. I know there's 8 of them or something in your building, right? Maybe
Uh, 7.
7. Okay, so get together with them. That's would be a good support, for each other. And because Hope, where do you go to? Do you go to Little Rock to buy your groceries, your Filipino grocery stuff?
There's Walmart here, ma'am.
Okay,
Walmart Super One.
but if you do Asian food, you're gonna go to the Little Rock.
Yesterday we went to what do you call it? Social
Thanks.
Security Administration
Oh, okay.
here in Texarkana.
Texarkana. Okay, Texarkana
Yeah.
has some. Okay. But if you go to Little Rock, have somebody to drive you there. Go to Sam's Oriental, store, and it is across the road from University of Arkansas Little Rock, or UALR. It's just the gate. It's just their gate across the road from it is that. It's a huge store. It's a big store, and they would have the rice, the mungo beans, your soy sauce things that we use in the Philippines is there. And they even have like frozen fish, like Philippine the fish that we have. It even have dilis, the fresh dilis
Uh,
thing is frozen, and then the malunggay, it even have those. So anyway, so when I go to Little Rock, I always stop there because they also ampalaya, fresh ampalaya. They have guava there. They have so those are my favorite things I always pick up. And of course, they have a dozen mangoes, but of course, the mango is not good as the Philippines, but it will do if you miss it. But anyway,
last week, ma'am, I with Mr. Mike and Ma'am Mirna.
oh, you did?
We went to Tennessee, Mississippi.
Oh, wow. Did you go to
Yeah,
Cordova? Did you go to
yeah,
Cordova? Oh, that's
we
good.
went to Cordova.
Yeah. Sam's Oriental will not be as big as Cordova, but close. They would be huge like that too, but Cordova has a lot more choices. So I'm so glad that they got you.
Yeah,
What day was that weekend? They met
that
you.
was Friday. I think Friday night.
Oh, I just missed you because I was there on Thursday. I was there on
Mm,
Thursday in their area. Yeah. So anyway, so one of these days you all have to come and visit me and drive. When you
um,
drive, have your Hope bunch to come.
Yeah,
and
ma'am.
see me. Yeah. Okay. All right. Nice talking to you.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing. I
Thank
did
you,
not mean
ma'am.
to take too long,
I've
but
learned a lot. Thank you
all
so
right.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Who's next? Who do you want to call? We got Benevic. We got, who's that, Joe? Mike or Giselle, do you mind calling for me? Who's next? Who wants to talk? There's Catherine. Catherine? Is Catherine Panoy, are you still in the Philippines or are you in the US already? I don't know if she could hear me. Okay, anybody that want to talk then feel free to talk because I would love to hear from you, especially if I've never talked to you before. I'd love to hear some new ones, or if even though this is not your first time, go ahead and talk. And if you have any questions for me or anybody, I don't have all the answers, but we have all kinds of great minds here we could share. So,
Ma'am, I think Ma'am Rona is here, Doc.
oh,
The
Rona,
wife
okay.
of Sir Ben.
Hey, oh my goodness, Rona, okay, go ahead and talk to us. Rona, are you still there? And Marlon is here. So Marlon, I'm gonna talk to you later. Is
Doc Merlina, Mirna is
Hi
here. How's
Marna,
your
how are you,
Hi,
wife?
Ma'am
Marna?
Mirna is here.
Hey, how is your week?
I'm
How was your week? This is what, second week or third week in America?
second week. Second
Second week.
week. Yeah, third week. Yes, Doc Merlina. We're almost a month here in the USA, and we're doing good. Still testing, and I would like to extend our appreciation for you helping us, especially with some techniques of classroom management. It's really true that we need to know our students first, more than knowing our subject.
Yep, that's very good, right? So you have to build that relationship. Sounds like you also have a successful year so far, right? You don't have much
Yes,
problems.
and yes, Doc, I was just happy to share that during my first day or second day, the second day of teaching, actual teaching, I was observed by our school principal, and I'm glad that a minute after he posted in our email and even in our website appreciating our science class. When we went there, the students were doing hands-on activities. It was just a simple activity, but seeing the students working on their own, showing their interest on the lesson, I think that gave him a big push, and it was really such a pleasure to hear those kind words of appreciation from the school admin.
Oh, that's so good. Do you have what were the things in Zoom that you learned that you have applied here?
Okay, for one is the propositions that we need to apply, that it really helps a lot. So the knowing the students, because at first when I came here, I was shocked how the students would respond to us, and there are times that maybe they're just testing our patience. Actually, there was a student who asked me when I was teaching, maybe he got curious because I was solving too fast on the board. And he got curious and he said, "Hey, Miss Mirna, did you graduate high school?" And Doc Marlena, as much as possible, I do not want to disclose my achievements, but I think I need to. So I told them, actually, I'm a doctor.
Good for you.
And then there was a short silence, and oh really?
That was
So
the best
maybe
time to disclose. That was the best, perfect time to disclose.
I
Yes.
told them I don't want to disclose that because you know that the Marlena, and I even told Joel na I'm sorry I had to disclose it. Maybe
Yeah.
that will just because maybe they have that feeling that maybe they have the power over the teachers, especially that we're Filipinos.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would recommend you
Kasi minsan
using that
nababa ng tingin
actually in
ng
your sign in your correspondence with parents. I would recommend to me, and this is coming from my perspective, being Filipino, although I've been in America this long, it's still that I would say my DR card. I'm gonna pull my DR card because there's an appropriate moment for that, just like you did, and also with parents. I felt like because we're international teachers, I felt like we have to double prove ourselves that we are worthy. You know,
Correct.
so if you
I
have
agree
that
on that.
doctorate, you should use it. You know me, I would rather have you call me Merlina. But when it comes to education, when it comes to anything like that relating to, dealing with parents or doing PDs, I put doctor in my name because it
And
adds
then
more credibility. It adds more to you that you have actually done all this 10 years of education, in college. So, it's that time. It's okay to do that. You don't have to write it in your checks, but you can actually do that when it's appropriate time. Parent-teacher
then
conference, you have that, and that gives a little extra respect, girl. You earned it,
thank
right?
you. And then
Yeah.
also, yeah, yeah, really. And then actually my initial room was far from Burgess' room. And then, we really had that nerve to go to the admin and ask if I could be rooming next to her so that, every afternoon we would share experiences and then try to reflect on how we're going to improve on our craft. And then another thing is that going back to what I've learned in this session is that, we really need to collaborate. Not We collaborate with parents and we collaborate also with our peers because we again when we set our foot here in the USA, we really need to remove our ground. We
Yep.
go back to zero, and yes, and it's every Wednesday and Thursday we have the CTF with other teachers in the department, so we would share something to celebrate. We plan for our time with the students, on how to enrich the students, and also collaborate with parents. And I am glad that when we were getting our SSN, well, there was this family who entered with a kid, and then the kid said, "Hey, she's my teacher."
Oh, that's so cool. She's proud of that. Yeah.
Yes,
I saw your son.
yes,
Your son was doing mano, was kissing my hand thing,
yes,
mano thing.
yes.
And he is so good. He's a good kid. I was in his classroom, see? And so
Yeah,
anyway,
yes,
yeah, I was in my classroom. And the other kids were like, why are they doing that? And so one of the kids actually followed your son and actually kissed my hand too. And I'm like, do you know what that means? So I actually had to explain to them
Mali
what the kissing of the hand is to our
nataranta sa
culture.
utak.
And they said, oh, so everybody was laughing because this kid just want to follow and want to do that too, And so I let him, you know. So anyway, this was a high school kid. I thought that was a teachable
Napansin sa
moment. So I did it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
sa
And then
timing.
another thing that I
Gawa
learned,
ng
especially during the
mabilis
interview
siya
for
kaya
those who are
biglang
aspiring teachers in the USA, one thing really is you will learn a lot if you attend this session and you really put your heart into this. I'm a very talkative person. But when I face, I got hired. Fortunately, with the help of Dr. Marlene and the group, I got hired in those the three schools and got the job offer. So the first school it did not pursue because of something happened, and then the second school they gave me a good offer, and then I am now in here in another school. But one thing I learned during the interview is you just have to be spontaneous, speak from the heart. It's
Yeah.
okay if you have a little piece of paper in there, from time to time you take a look at that. But I am really that person who speaks from the heart.
Yeah. And I saw that.
Okay.
I saw that when I was in the interview, you just really look like you're visiting with the interviewer, and that is perfect. When you're just like going back and forth, it's nothing formal, just really visiting with them. And once you get that to that point, that means you had a good interview. And you all had a good interview. When I attended all 13 of you being interviewed, I really thought you all did a good job. Somebody's living room. Anyway, who is this? Is that okay? Is that Rain Angela? Anyway, so thank you so much for sharing. You have a good principal. I hope one day I get to visit your school because yeah, because I'm classmate with the wife and who is a principal at elementary. And so I have to meet the husband. Yeah, have to meet your boss one of these days. Yeah, sounds like they're doing awesome. So yeah.
Yes,
All
they're
right.
good. Very supportive of me, Doc Marlena. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing. It's always good to hear from you and how you're doing. It sounds like another successful week, kind of like Benedict. So that's good. All right. Guys, anybody, if you have any questions for us, these are teachers that are now here, very fresh. They just started this year. I actually remember them attending our Zoom for the first time. And then these were teachers that were frequent Zoom attendees. So I got to know them really well. So when they when the school would contact me and say, hey, send me some science teachers, names of science teachers. Of course, Myrna came to mind, very highly educated, who got their doctorate degree. And so, and very humble. And that's really amazing. So I'm proud of you guys. I feel like a proud mama, a proud mama to all of you. All right. So, Fran or Marlon? Marlon, I miss you, girl. Marlon, I just saw your daughter. Marlon, I just saw your
Hi,
daughter
Doc.
Thursday, Maria.
Hi, Doc. Good morning there.
Good morning.
Yeah, I, yeah, I have so very busy.
You're staying busy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hopefully you continue to apply, okay? Because
yeah,
it doesn't matter where in Arkansas or even another state though, because all you have to do
yes,
is move. So anyway, so I was giving your daughter a hard time yesterday Thursday, because I really want to encourage her to like go ahead and get married because you seem serious with her boyfriend. I'm being nosy.
oh,
So I said, well,
yeah,
we
that's
really
the
want to go
problem.
back after 5 years and then he's gonna go 2 years. And I'm like, I said, Maria, if you get married and you start counting the years already, 5 years, you become a citizen, you know? And so anyway, but of course you cannot force those things. It's gonna be on their own time, both of them. I was kidding with them. They always take it lightly. I mean, they do not like take it seriously. They know
Yes,
I came from
they're just enjoying their company.
yeah, they are, and they're happy. And they're very
Yeah,
happy. It's so funny because, like, mahal kita or gigugma ko ikaw or something. Salamat. She's teaching him a lot of our language. And I said yesterday, I mean, Thursday, I said, Z, you know more Cebuano than my son. My son
yes,
is 25, born in America, but I didn't do a good job of teaching him. But the boyfriend, is already knowing a lot of stuff. Maria would speak to him in our language of things that she
yeah.
had taught him. So you'll be impressed whenever you see him. You'll be very impressed because he's a fast learner. He likes our language, likes our food. Do you know that he eats buat? He eats dried fish. He eats dried fish, and we're eating with our hands. He was eating with his hands, and I'm like,
Yeah,
whoa,
yeah, bare hands.
Maria's making a Filipino out of Z.
Mm.
Yeah. And he's very tall, by the way, six something. So
Yeah,
make sure that the house that they're going to be staying later will have to be taller.
older.
Yeah. Yeah. Need to be taller, longer, higher. But anyway, so any update on your applications?
Yeah, the Xylem, yeah, I was registered in Xylem. The Xylem school always updating me about their their news or whatever school that are opening. So I'm just scanning it. Then mostly are what we call this special education, doc.
Okay.
So yeah, special education. Then also I have also a glass door because I am. Do you know what is glass door community, doc? The
No.
glass door community, but I did not respond this glass door. But mostly the glass door, they're showing about Arkansas, all the school in Arkansas.
Mm.
Yeah, mostly in Arkansas. Talking about my application, yeah, I'm starting sending also the application. I'm just just what we call this review and finishing touches again my resume
Okay.
to come it look or to come as a new look, a new one.
Yeah.
And also my CV is already done. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm crafting also my
Good.
CV and my resume. And I'm also my recommendation letter from my references. Yeah, my colleagues and my principal, I also crafted because we have a new principal now. So
Okay.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm asking yeah, I'm making a what call this a letter, then the principal will sign already. Yeah. She
That make
told
it
me,
easy.
you write, make your own letter. I will sign it already. I will sign it.
Yeah, that's funny. That's really efficient. Usually I would say, give me 3 bullets about yourself. Just 3 bullets. And then that way I
Yeah.
would just go to Chat GPT and I would say, write a letter of recommendation for Marlene Incorporado from Dr. Merlina McCullough and include these 3 bullets. And you know what? After you put that down, it's a boom, 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 it's done. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can do
Yeah,
chat.
Maria also taught me about the chat GPT. I have also the
You have
yeah
used
here
that.
in
Yeah.
yeah in our school we have also chat GPT. But yeah, talking about my teaching career is the five core proposition is the first one is you are going to teach really love you have I am going I have loved to teach my science, special to my students, because I'm teaching docs 5 sections in science 6. So maybe I'm just posting in Facebook about the experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I did was the lesson script about the herbal medicine, which is the turmeric tea and the
Oh,
ginger tea. So
nice.
yeah, the my grade 6 advisory, my section, yeah, they did it with the use of they demo about what they have learned about the how to
Good.
make a turmeric and ginger tea. And
Very good.
I told them to drink your own. Yeah, they
Oh,
drink
nice.
also. Yeah.
Mm.
So
That's
that's
perfect, though. That's very perfect because you know what's the first thing that the administrators do when they see your name and they're interested in you? They Google you. And the first thing that happens would be your Facebook. So make sure
yeah.
everyone, if you're interested in coming to America, clean up your Facebook. Do not put any bad words there. Do not put anybody cussing or whatever there. And post some pictures of you teaching there, your students, just like Marlon is doing, because that's the first thing they do is Google you. Okay. So actually anybody that I meet, I Google them, just like they Google me. So I'm like, how many? In fact, I tell everybody, make sure you Google yourself once in a while and you put your name and last name, put quotation mark. And that way, for example, Merlina, you don't want all the Merlina, you want the Merlina McCullough. So you put a quotation mark there so it will show both. And I am now down to, I'm not 3 or 4 pages now. And I remembered I was only one page. And then, the more things that you do online, the more that I don't know, I have to check again. But I Google my kids, see what's in there. So with Stephanie and Jet, things that will show up would be their blogs, Stephanie's blogs, and some of Jet's writings. And some of these things I've never even seen, but these were things that he did in college, for example. And it was there. And I'm like over there saving it, because I did not even know that was online. But it's a good idea to Google your people that you love, your kids especially, because there might be some things there that are not accurate, and you want to make sure that they're aware of it. Okay, so that's a good one. So yeah, you don't think that Facebook is related to you? It is. Social media is gonna be the first thing they look at. Okay. Um,
Mm.
Marlon, you already have your master's degree, right? But your master's degree is in what area?
Ah, yeah, I have my master complete academic requirements, which is that is CAR for here in the Philippines.
Uh-huh.
It is because I have a certificate CPET certificate public for elementary teachers, and I don't think so it is masters, but here in the Philippines in my hometown, because I was graduated in UC, it is a Carlando complete academic requirements, which means
It's
I had
internet.
done my elementary science.
Okay. Well, we were talking about alignment with you because of your degree being social studies and you're teaching science and
Yeah.
so on. And the first thing that the J1 visa sponsors look for is alignment, right? So they're going to look at your alignment of your degree to your experience. And so if your degree is showing science, high school science, and you're teaching elementary, I'm not high school social studies and you're teaching
Social
elementary
studies.
science, that's where
Science.
the misalignment is. And that's what I'm saying. If elementary teachers, I strongly recommend that you need to have of course, I mean, master's, if you're going to choose a master's degree because you haven't done it yet, is a special ed. Special ed is
Special
very
education.
a common need here in America right now. It's very hard to find them. So even if you just started your master's degree in special ed, you can put it there, because they can, as long as you finish it within the year, They're going to be
Okay.
considering that. They have to be done by that school year. You're going to be done with that. And it's online now. But I'm
Yes,
very
Doc.
serious
Yes.
about it because elementary teachers in America, we call them dime a dozen. That means there's so many elementary teachers that are graduating. High school teachers are rare. They're very, very, very small number that would take high school. And so that's why it's very hard for elementary teachers from the Philippines to come here unless you have special ed, because they can find it locally. Why would they have to get somebody from abroad when they can find them locally everywhere? So that's why it's an extra thing for for elementary teachers. Get your special ed endorsement, get your certification in special ed, and then focus that. So when you put in your cover letter saying I'm in the middle of, I'm being enrolled in special ed and the anticipated graduation date is this. So you can put that there, because as long as you get started, most states would actually give you 2 years to finish it. But for the immigration purposes, they really want to see that you're done with it. But because you already have your master's degree already, that counted already. That's not going to be an issue with you. But those folks that do not have your master's degree at all, it's going to be hard for you to get hired, because a bunch of the visa sponsors are actually looking for people with master's degree. They're going to be there. You might have a few that you can find that do not need it, but most of them require that you have to have master's degree and you have to have at least 2 years of experience completed in the field that you have a certification in. So if a high school social studies, you have to have at least 2 years of high school social studies. That's the alignment part that I'm talking about. For immigration purposes, if you Google this, you'll find this, that bachelor's degree with 5 years of experience is considered a master's degree. But these J1 sponsors are stricter. They really want to see it on your FCE or your foreign credential evaluation. They really want to see that you have your master's degree. And I think yours says that, right, Marlon? Yours would say that you have your
Yeah.
master's, because that's the first thing they would look at, guys. So if you're serious about this, before you even get your passport, get your FCE done. Don't you agree? Because you can always get your passport while waiting for the FCE, but FCE, the foreign credential evaluation, you go to www.spantran.com, and then it takes about what, $200? But it's worth it, because you're going to need it for any time you apply. They're going to want to see what your degree is equivalent to the US. That's very important for them to see that your degree is actually fitting the description of what they want. So FCE, okay, is the next one after the cover letter and resume. That's usually what you send, but then after that, they may ask for your FCE, right? Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Thank
Yeah. Any
you.
questions for me? Good luck, by the way. I'm hoping you can come here soon.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Maria Phyllis is very, is Maria she's always, yeah, encouraging me to apply more direct DIY. Oh,
Yeah. You have to do that, because I'm telling you, any state that you're in is just a flight away or a drive away. So don't worry about it. Just apply everywhere. Okay, just
yeah.
get here, I think is what we're saying. Yeah.
Yes,
Just
yes, Doc.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you,
All
Doc.
right. Thank you
Okay.
so much. I know Giselle, I talked to Giselle, talked to you about France. Is she here today? Do you know this? I didn't know if you know the three of you.
Rana is his birthday today.
Oh, her birthday today. Oh, tell her happy birthday for me.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her birthday today. Not
Oh,
here.
happy birthday, friend. I will try to contact her. That's my cousin. Joel Santiago. Joel, are you um did I talk to you, Joel?
Hi, ma'am. Hi,
Yeah.
Doc.
Hi, are you already in the US, Joel?
Not yet, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Uh, I just by the time I was applying that that I'm sorry. But by the time I was applying for job in the US, uh, I have lots of tasks to do here in the Philippines,
Oh,
especially in the school.
oh,
They give me a lot of things or tasks or coordinatorship to accomplish. That's why I was not able to pursue my dream to teach in the US. And of course, uh, aside from that, uh, my, my colleagues also try to uh, try to stop me to for applying because of things to do here in the school. That's why I wasn't able to pursue everything. Yeah.
Oh,
I asked Sir Mike, can I join again in the said uh, Zoom so that I can review everything that you have taught to us during
mm-hmm,
the time when I was attending,
mm-hmm.
because everything that I have learned from you, it's very useful, and I
Good.
know uh, I can keep it in my mind that those things, especially the strategy, uh, I also use that here in the Philippines in our school.
Okay.
I I also
What strategies have you used? What strategies?
actually actually they told me to uh discuss some topics during our LAC session or seminar session here in our school, and I was tasked to discuss some topics like a strategy coping up with this topic, because our students now is not like the student before that you were become so traditional. And I told them to apply some techniques like positive discipline or uh,
Reinforcement? Mm-hmm.
positive reinforcement that
Mm-hmm.
can use the student to motivate to learn, because our students is not like before.
Right.
They are not,
Change.
yeah, they are not like uh it's not that they are disrespectful, but uh if you can talking and talking, the students will get bored.
They
So
do.
let
They
the
do.
student,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
let
can
the
tell by their
student,
eyes.
yeah,
Yeah, you
let
can
the
tell by their
student
eyes.
be the center of your teaching, not the teacher.
Right.
So that is my topic during the time when they give me a time to discuss or
Mhm.
speak or discuss some topic so that they can learn something from me, because
Mhm.
uh, those things that I have learned, and I remember it from you, Ma'am Doc. Kasi I also tell them to use it because it's very useful.
Good. Well, thank you. Hey, let me help you a little bit, okay? Whenever you interview and you ever talk to me or anybody online, I want you to find where your camera is and I want you to
Yeah,
talk to it. Because if you're going to look like this all the way around, that's not going to be good for your interview, okay? So I want you to
yes,
focus
ma'am.
on that camera. And that way it looks like we're really talking like this, not like,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? That just a little minor correction. But anyhow, I'm so glad you're back. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. And you were so fluent already. I mean, you sound like you're very knowledgeable. If they're asking you to do presentation, that's a good sign. And so keep it up. And my favorite strategy is actually 10-2 strategy. You remember what that one was? 10-minute teacher talk. And then after 10 minutes, you have to have your students talk and respond to you. So the 10-2 strategy is one of my best strategies that I use because it takes about 10 minutes to lose them. So that's why you have to anchor that information by asking them, okay, what did you understand from what I said? Can you face your neighbor and talk to it about what you learned? And then after giving them a little time, then you ask someone to share what they shared to their neighbor. And so that way you're combining your 10-2 strategy with your TPS, um your think pair share, so that that would help them. And a brain worm is another one. Like when you have a brain worm, that means that when you're talking to someone, they're actually brain warming, and that helps their brain. They're not, instead of brainstorming, they're brain warming by practicing what they were going to say. And so that way That way, when you ask them, they're going to be more fluent because they kind of practice it with someone. And this will be great for your struggling learners and for your shy students and for your, so just the students that are not going to be very used to talking. That's a good practice for them. That's a very good strategy to do. So a combination of 10 tooth, the think, pair, share, TPS plus a brain warming strategy. Okay, so yeah, you can combine those strategies and share it with others. Of course, gallery walk is another one that's good. Having them to post their work, send them to that corner and they work there and then display it there, and then all the other groups would walk and look at it and ring the bell, and then they give them so many minutes to put a comment. I put a sticky note or an index card and put a comment of what they say, and then move on to the next corner. That way, everybody got to see everybody's work, right? Or if not like that, you can have them present it, what you've done. Let's present it in the front, you know. So anyway, so the moment that you do things like that, it's not just boring, sit and get. They call it sit and get, which is GIT, sit and get. That's drill and kill worksheet stuff. Those are boring. And that's when you have a lot of, especially in America, you have a lot of behavior problems when you are doing drill and kill, or sit and get. So the more active they are, the better. Huh?
Actually, Doc, this time I'm pursuing my master's degree.
Okay. What
Major
area?
in social studies, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is your area social studies already? And you're doing it in the same area?
Yes, ma'am. I'm teaching all the social studies in senior high school. And before, when I was in private school, I also taught social studies subject like geography and other related social science subject.
Okay. That's good that you're doing it in your area, but at the same time, if you want other areas that you could qualify for, I would recommend also, to do like special ed or another area, because you already have the social studies. You already have the bachelor of social studies. So when I did mine, I actually changed it, like, masters in curriculum, specialist in ed leadership. And, I did different areas, and that way I qualify for so many areas, already, instead of like, oh, I already have social studies. Now I'm going to do more social studies, but at the same time, people could look at it like you have more mastery because you have your masters. But a lot of times people are going to be looking for different roles you could play. So that's another way to look at it. But you'll be a way better teacher because of that. But the thing with social studies is the content in America would be so different because it's going to be U.S. history. It's going to be in Arkansas. It's going to be Arkansas history, which means that if you're really going to be serious about teaching in America, I want you to actually start reading about U.S. history. Starting from starting from Revolutionary War when England was here, all the way to the World War I, World War II, and now. So if you really are a serious social studies person that want to come to America, you have to be familiar with the U.S. topics. Okay, because your knowledge in the Philippine history would only work like in conjunction with like World War II, when we are actually working together, Americans and the Filipinos. And that's when you can say a lot about, but that's just a small portion of World War II. So the whole topic will have to be, the whole span of when America was founded in 1776, all the way to 2024. So any special time, if you have any projects that you are given a, opportunity to do any topics, choose those. That way, that'll be an extra thing for you you already are ready for your job here. Because part of the interview may be, do you know anything about U.S. history? And if you have not known about it, like you said, no, you already lost the job. So you need to make sure you are familiar with the U.S. history. Okay? You can Google them. There's so many. Huh?
Noted po.
Yeah. So for social studies. Huh?
I also remember that you also correct me this time, those times that I was attending your Zoom, that you have to wear your best, you know what?
Yes.
So
I was bragging
that.
on you. You look good. You look like a professor. I love it. Yeah, I was like bragging on you. Your background's good. and you got your blazer on. Awesome. That was what I was thinking. Like, I need to brag on him because that's awesome. Very professional looking. And that's what you should do. You know, what you wear, like you have the dip ed coming, or you're going to church. That's what you should wear because it's very professional. Because I'm recording this, guys, and it's gonna be on YouTube. So if you want to see yourself attending my Zoom, I want you to subscribe to my YouTube channel. You just it's ITSA and Merlina McCullough, and you can find 500 videos of mine, 82 of them. This is 83rd Zoom. So you can see every Zoom we've ever had. It's now on YouTube. So you can review and just fast forward them. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah.
Noted, Doc. I will review everything because I think I already missed everything. Missed a lot during.
Yeah. Well, good thing is it's a video, it's recorded. So yeah, and please recommend them to others. Even if they don't want to come to the US, they may want to know about strategies. Yeah, feel free to, send the links to people, because I want it to help others.
Well, actually, your topic, I mean your discussion is also very helpful for me because I'm also teaching understanding culture. Then I also use those things that we have been discussed before
Good
about
job.
US. Yeah.
Good job.
And
Yeah.
I told the students that different from the Philippines and it's different from the other country like in the US.
Good job. Oh,
That's it.
awesome job. I'm proud of you for applying what you learned. And that's how you
Yeah.
remember is if you apply it. And you're already doing good on your eye contact with me now. Awesome job. See, you're a fast learner.
Earlier I was nervous again talking with you or
Why?
yeah, that's why I'm thinking I keep on thinking if my words are correct or not.
No, you're doing
So
awesome. Doing awesome. Yep, you're doing good. I'm sorry. I'm just judgy. It's just that usually it's a very automatic thing for me to know the fluency, and you have the fluency, so you don't worry about it.
thank
Yeah, so you don't worry about it. Just be yourself. Just look at the camera and talk to me like we're just visiting with each other. Okay?
you.
Because if you
Yeah,
do that and you're doing the outfit you're doing like that, oh my God, you got it made. The religious
yeah.
poster there, the religious
Yes,
poster, you might want to
yes,
change that just because
yes,
of the separation of church and state. If you have an
yes,
interview,
yes.
if you have an interview
No,
with me, fine. But with the interview, you may want to change it up because I don't want them to be biased against Catholic because a bunch of your interviewers are going to be Baptist and other things. So you don't really want that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it will happen, but to me, it's just a separation of church and state. There's always going to be when you come to America, you cannot lead a prayer with your students. You're going to get in trouble. If they're going to do a prayer, it needs to be student led. They need to be the one doing it. But if you're going to talk about religion, it better be part of your history, part of literature, but not because you're sharing about the Catholic belief, your own. Don't do that, okay? Because there's a
yes,
separation of church and state. Yeah. So that there's even a controversy right now in 3 or 4 states that are about posting the 10 Commandments, and they
yes,
have problems with that. And in fact, one of the Filipino channel, I think in California, I don't know where they got my name, but they sent me a message saying they want to interview me about what I believe about the separation of church and state and the 10 Commandments. And I never did get a hold of the lady back, but that was a great honor that they thought of me to want my opinion. I do have an opinion, and I really think that there is a separation of church and state. That while the policy is there, you follow it, and when they change the policy, we follow that new policy, right? But as teachers, we follow that. In America, in the morning, they do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
yes,
to the flag, United States of America, all that. You memorize that whenever you become citizen. But you eventually, even though Filipinos, the J1 teachers here, although they're not Filipino, they're not US, US citizens, they still memorize those because they have to lead it with their students every morning. And so a lot of times they would have that, and they would have like a announcement from the principal. In one high school I taught, I was administrator in, we actually had in high school, we had our student council president, happened to be my son 1 year or 2 years, and he got to speak every day. He got to lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the announcement. And Jet happens to have this radio voice, really kind of wholesome voice. And so people would recognize Jet's voice. So they would say, "Oh, Dr. McCullough, your son was," so they would know my son's voice, Jet. And so those are some things that you could do also as a school, is to form your to build your leadership among students. You're building your students as leaders. And I think some schools are not doing that. And I think it's a good idea to practice. Like, some of your kids may become politicians someday, but they may start in high school. You have your debating. When they run for student council, they're actually making speeches. During lunch, they have this big, speech, and Jet was over there with like suit like yours, like this, except you had white thing going on. And so he was over there speaking, and I was a principal. So I was like over there in the cafeteria with students, and here's Jet, on the microphone. And I'm like, the teachers were like saying, he did so well. He was promising about some things that he wanted to change. As simple as like, there's no mirror in the bathroom. We need to put mirrors in the bathroom, because these are some things that others were telling him. And the others were saying things like, there should not be any school on Fridays, some ridiculous things that would never happen. But his was realistic. And so when they did the speeches, my colleagues were saying, "Dr. McCullough, did you teach him that? Did you teach him, what to write or whatever?" Nope, I did not see a word of that. I did not even know he was doing that today. And so because he wrote it himself. But I think building leaders, just like you do in your classroom, especially in social studies, I think you build leaders and you emulate the government. Like, for example, and I've shared this before, that in my classroom, even elementary, I had them to emulate a government. So I had a class president, and the class president. So the first thing I did was actually have them to separate themselves to which party. We have Republican and Democrats. So they have to vote for so they have the reds are the Republican, and then the blue are Democrats. And then they have some independent people that do not want to choose which one. And so each group had to pick a candidate, and the candidate had to write their speeches, and they have to do the speech in front before they vote. Okay. And then when they lost the concession, they have to, make the call for the concession to congratulate the other one. They have to write a speech for that too. And so anyway, so I make it that, and then the role of the president is they actually will lead. In the morning, while I'm doing my attendance and my lunch count, the president is actually in by the carpet right there doing their morning. We always had our morning, call that a morning meeting with the president, and then they would have the talking stick or whatever, and you pass it on who wants to talk. And they have their personal news, their local news, their national news, and then we have international news. So which means that my students have to read the papers or listen to the radio and all that, just because they have to share something every day. And so for the personal news, for the local news, I tell them the rule that this is like a family. Whatever is being said here stays here. Kind of like, like Vegas rule here. What goes in Vegas stays in Vegas. But it's what's being said in our classroom needs to stay here. You do not want to share things that's being shared here in the playground. This is something that as a family, you're building a classroom community there where you are having them feel like, things that I can trust my peers. And the secretary, for example, they elect the secretary, and the secretary will make a giant card for birthdays, and everybody signs it. When somebody dies, they would draw a picture, flowers, whatever, and then everybody signs it, and then we would give it to the person that lost somebody in any celebration. But anyway, so make it a functional leadership opportunity. Okay.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah. So
Yes, Doc.
what are the neat things that you have done in your classroom that's kind of like that?
Well, actually, Doc, my students, I'm sorry for our dogs are
No,
very
you're fine.
noisy.
You're fine.
Hey, actually, my students also give me the what do you call this, a comment. Teacher, you're the you I'm sorry, you're the best. You're establishing rapport with the students. They give me that comment because during the time they having a big problem, like having a hard time to cope up with the requirements that they have to pass in their other subject. I used to help them, but not totally help them. I used to motivate them to finish everything, not to become stressful, because I saw them become the students are now vulnerable, vulnerable of everything, since they have problems. They cannot separate problem from their house, and of course, problem in the school, especially coping up with their project.
Mhm.
So I made this project that a psychosocial mental health awareness for the students, so that they can cope up with their uh, stress coping up,
Good job.
because students are very vulnerable this time. They
Yeah.
don't know how to.
Yeah.
They just sit on the corner and cry,
Wow.
not coping
Perfect.
up with their.
That's perfect. That's called SEL. Hang on.
Yeah.
Let me just tell her. Hang on. Let me. Okay. So yeah, so that's good that you're doing that. SEL, that's social emotional learning skills. So SEL in the classroom for their mental health is really good because especially that you're teaching high school, right?
Yes. Yes.
There's a lot of suicide right now with high school kids because of the, mental health issues. I know in America, I know Japan is number one on the suicide up to 25 years old. I think up to or started, I don't know. But anyway, but in America, we have a few of the high school kids already because, and a lot of times the social media is not helping because sometimes they would be stressed over what's being said about them or whatever. And it's more called cyberbullying. And sometimes it happens like that. And so you have to be aware of that. I'm so glad that you're using SEL learning in your, social emotional learning stuff in your classroom because that's needed. And I think that's part of social studies, right? So
Yes.
proud
No.
of you for doing that. Yeah. And the project making thing, how often do they do projects? How many projects do they do a year?
Well, actually, after a topic to be discussed in a week, so
Uh-huh.
I'll just give them a simple project like uh, writing reflection, or actually, they keep on telling me that Sir Joel, Teacher Joel, you gave us a project that's not expensive, but other give us a project that's very expensive. They spend a lot in band paper. Well, actually, I know your economic status, so that's why I don't give you a lot of things to do. So
Mm-hmm.
just a reflection, but some of you cannot submit it on time.
Right.
So stop procrastination. I keep
Right.
on telling that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good learning as well. But I think, that's in America we have poverty too, right? But the thing is we provide things a lot with for our students. Like some schools would actually provide all the papers, all the pencils, and so on. But I know in the Philippines we have to buy it. And that's very nice of you, very considerate of you that you think about the students, poverty level, the status. Because that is not a priority whenever they're trying to buy rice and their viands and there's not enough money to buy pencils or papers. So yeah, it's a good idea to actually do that. And that's why when you do group work and that way they can just contribute instead of having one person buy everything, that would help them, I think. But I think one project a month is a good idea. It's a research project in social studies. So if you're doing, for example, about the World War II, so they would have a World War II topic. So something that they specific, like in the World War II topic that I like to do is about the Japanese American experience here. Whenever during the war, the Japanese Americans were actually put in, detention. They actually were put in pretty much jail, really, because they were afraid of, betrayal. So they have in Arkansas alone, they had 10,000 Japanese Americans from all over the states, and they were shipped to Arkansas in order to stay there during the war. Okay. And they had to pretty much, this town that they live in, they pretty much had to make it because they have to put the light there. They had to put all these things. I mean, the town grew by 10,000. Okay. And so this community was like, oh my gosh, there was only 500 of us, and now there's 10,000 more people, but they are all in a fenced in area. And so now as a tourist, you can actually go there and see where they were. And all over the, I think there's 13 states where we had some people being interned, they call it, but being jailed around the time of the World War II. So if you're gonna have a topic, have them to do a specific mini topic out of the big topic. And in that way, and I always I had to have approval so that another group will be doing the same thing. So they have to send me their topic, and whoever, if somebody has two topics that are the same, the first one that gave it to me gets that. Yeah. So I think if you do that, why it's good, because whenever your folks are done, your students are done with their work, then they can always go to their monthly project. So they always have for early finishers, there's always a problem because those kids, especially in America, when they get finished, that's when they get in trouble because they're looking for something to do. So if you already have a project going, that means that, oh, I'm done with my work today, so now I can work on my monthly project. So they always have like a table there where they can actually work on their project. So they always have a goal to finish and they cannot play in the other centers until their monthly project is done. Because I have other fun centers, fun stations like a chess center and publishing center. I have other centers that's fun for them, but they can't go there until they finish their monthly project. And then at the end of the month, we actually present those projects. So I have my chairs, make a square thing like around, and then the audience would actually go from one project to the next, and then I give them like pennies, and then 2 pennies each, and they put a vote. So everybody's get a cup, and the ones that they like the best, they vote on it using pennies, and whoever the most pennies from the audience wins, and they get a prize from me. So anyway, so we did that every month. We had a project, so 9 projects a year. And the parents actually enjoy that because I invite them. When they come, they said, oh, for September, our project is this, whatever it is. And then you're welcome to come. Our presentation is going to be on this. And they have a PowerPoint to go with it. So when they show their PowerPoint, the parents see, what PowerPoint that they just did. And then plus their either board, with usually I have like a little sculpture with it. So if their project is about something about a person, a biography, they have to make like a Play-Doh or a modeling clay of that person put here. And if they're doing a country, they can make a flag. They have little dowel thing and a little material, and they have to do the flag and stick it on the Play-Doh. So it's standing up. So it have to have some kind of, primary evidence or some kind of artifact. So they have to have an artifact with the project. So that's kind of something that you might want to do in history, in social studies. Make it fun that way, right? Do you do role plays at all? Do you do a lot of role play?
I usually give those strategy because learners sometimes, if you keep on talking for 40 minutes, they will get bored.
Yeah.
So, and I also learned this from you that let the student talk, not the teachers for the entire class, because it actually, if I've been experienced this before, talking for how many hours, then after the rest after the class, I get tired, so I changed those things when I realized that let the student be the center of the teaching, not the teacher.
Very good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Student-centered classroom versus a teacher-centered classroom. You got it. Very good. Yeah, it's all about them, not about us. I always say that. I'm like, if your heart is in the right place, it's not about you at all. It's about the student. Your heart is in the right place. Yeah.
And if ever chances given, if ever I give the opportunity to work in the US, I will put everything that I have learned from you.
Good. and more and things that you already use too, because the others want to learn. So not just, you don't just get stuff from us, you need to also share what you do from the Philippines, because it's a cultural exchange is what it is. So J1 visa is a 5 year, it's a 3-year visa, and then you can extend it for 2 more years, that limit of 5 years. And then after that, you're expected to go back for 2 years to teach what you learned to the Philippine teachers. And then you can come back again. You can do that as many times as you want. But they really want you, if you're doing a J1 visa, you have the 2-year physical requirement that they want. If there is a shortage of teachers in that state, some states could do, or if Philippines would allow it, they would allow a waiver. And a waiver means that you don't have to do the 2-year. You can continue on another 5 years. And right now, the Philippine government is really hard to approve it right now. It's really, people have to come back, so they're really getting strict about that. But we're hoping, some states are hoping that that will change, because they're losing good teachers that they have already trained. Here are the teachers that they have trained for 5 years, and boom, they have to go back. And then they have to retrain again. And so that's why they wanted to, keep them. I think Marlene's daughter, Maria, the other day, her boss was just saying, oh, I don't want Maria to go back. I'm already building her as a leader, as a teacher leader. I want her to stay. And so that's why, you talk about that, because if you are well liked by the district, they kind of really want you to stay. And your J1 visa sponsors are not going to want you to talk about, oh, I want to change to the green card thing. No, because that's totally different. So maybe after you do your J1, you go home, and then maybe you can apply to in a school that would do the H1B visa, which is your green card, path to green card. It's a dual intent. And so they could actually go for employee-based green card thing. And but very rare schools would do that, because what happens in H1B is it has to be paid completely by the school, like zero expense for you. They have to pay for everything. So H1B is expensive for the school. You might be thinking, if they don't use a lawyer, if they don't use a third-party agency, it might cost them between $6,000 to $7,000 per teacher. Yeah, but some in the for the J1 visa, it may, they could split with you. They could say, hey, we pay for half, you pay for half. Or some of them would say, we don't have the money, you have to pay for all of it. And then so some teachers would borrow money, but then they get it paid within 3-4 months, because the pay here is about 3 million pesos for 9 months. So it's like 10 times, what's there. So you get your money pretty quickly before a year, 6 months, the tops. So you get, even though you borrow money, you can pay it quickly. Because especially if you have roommates here, if you have roommates here, everything is split. You have people with 3 or 4 people. So everything, all their costs, including groceries, are cut in 1/4, So yeah. So those are things that you could do. And I really have high hopes for you, Joel. That's why I thought that you would be here already, because you're fluent, you're knowledgeable. And so, you have to make that decision. Am I staying in the Philippines, or am I going abroad? Because if you're going to have the task in the Philippines stopping you, then you must not be 100% committed to come. So you have to make that commitment.
Noted, Doc. Noted.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's nice talking to you.
I realized this time that I have to pursue love my career, love my family, because for 7 years I'm giving my love for the school.
Mhm. Yeah.
Now I have to love my family, because of course I need to support them.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been thinking for 90% to go to work in the US, not to stay here for not to stay here for not I it doesn't mean that I have to work there for good, but I I have to work it for the good of for my family. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I think that's a good point, because a lot of the people here, in fact, including myself, that if only my husband was wanting to come to live in the US after we retire, to the Philippines, I was wanting like 6 months there and 6 months here. Like when it's cold here, I want to go back there, but he don't want that. He wants to live here. And so that's okay. It's okay, because I love it here. But that's why when we go visit, it would be nice to stay a month, 2 months, 3 months. And so that's why I remodeled my my brother's house so that there's an upstairs and we stay there when we come because it's always good to come back home. I've been 37
Yes.
years here, but I still miss home. Philippines is still a second home now to me. But it's just so different. I mean, when you come here from the Philippines, you feel like, oh my God, it's so quiet here. In the Philippines, we have so loud. We have all these neighbors. In America, sometimes you don't even know your neighbors. You don't know your neighbors.
Yeah.
Everybody's working, everybody's doing their thing. And unless you are just in this tight community in a subdivision where everybody's having a block party, that's very rare. A lot of time you don't know your neighbor on each side. Okay. And you cannot even cook your dried fish because you have neighbors on each side and they will complain, hey, what's that smell? And so like in mine, I have 5 acres here. So I have a big property that's there's no neighbor. So I could cook my I don't want it in my house because it stinks, but I would cook it in my grill. My grill has a little stove thing, so I would cook it there. So when the Filipino teachers come, they know to cook it there because we love eating breakfast with those filleted dried fish, big ones, and then you put tomatoes on top of it. Oh my gosh, that's my favorite. Yeah, talking about culture, seafood is part of culture. And start listening to country music because country music, if you're going south, it's gonna be popular here. Yeah, but also bring your Filipino songs here. In fact, like on one of the parties here for the local Filipino organization, they called me and said, "Hey, can you have your Filipino teacher sing a couple of Filipino um, Christmas songs?" So I've asked them because a bunch of them are part of the choir in the church. So I said, "Hey, please come because I want you all to sing, some
Yeah.
Filipino songs."
To let you know, ma'am, Doc, I am also a choir coach.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. Use
Yeah.
that talent. Use that talent when you come too. Yeah. Because you have to sponsor a club. I mean, to me, part of the standards that we look at teachers is their extracurricular things. So extracurricular could be sponsoring a club. So if you're a social studies person, you could have a history club, and all this. And there's a history day. You can do a history day where your students will come and bring their project and the parents are invited, and it's all about history. So you can you history night they call them, or they call it literacy night or math night, or it could be a combination of all three. And then parents will come and the school will feed them hot dog or something, and then snacks, and then they would go to all the projects, and the newspaper will come, and you'll be in the newspaper. So that's what they do that a lot in a history day here, history night. So those are ideas you could do in the Philippines as well, right? Yeah. And so if you publish those things in your Facebook, then when they Google you, they're going to see what kind of teacher you are. Oh, look at this teacher doing a history night, in their school and attended, because anytime you have a collaboration with your parents in the community where they are coming in, that's a good thing. Okay?
So
So that's a
maybe
good thing.
this time I have to clean my Facebook
Oh,
because
yeah.
some of those are unnecessary.
Yeah, do not show things where you're drinking with your buddies, okay? Because
Yes.
it's most of the schools are very traditional, very conservative. We had a teacher from teaching second grade, 45 minutes from me, and there was a big controversy because she went out. She's single, so she went out to our Las Vegas to our Tunica here, which is like a little mini Las Vegas, bunch of casinos, and she was drinking, and she had a picture of the drinks and her friends on Facebook. And one of the parents want to take her child out of her classroom and move to another one because she didn't feel like the teachers are worthy teacher for her kid. That's how it made a big deal. It made a very big controversy because she didn't want that teacher because of what she posted on Facebook. So guys, if you're a teacher and you want to be a teacher here in America, clean up your social media. Do not put all those dirty stuff. Do not, well, I know you're not posting dirty stuff, but things that are like if you have friends that were cussing or using F words or whatever, don't post them there. Delete those, or remove them or unsubscribe from them. And then the drinking part, I see a lot of posts about drinking. I know I'm not saying do not drink, but do not take a picture and post it. If you take a picture, do not post it. Because we do drink. I mean, as administrators, we go on our PDs or professional development training and we drink, but we cannot charge it to the school.
school pays for the food, but we have to pay for the drinks ourselves, and then we don't take picture of us drinking either. So, yeah, so as a teacher, think of it that way, that some of the parents are very conservative and they do not want that on the Facebook. Okay, so that's a good learning too, right? What other learning, other no-nos thing that oh yeah, another thing is another controversy here that I heard just last week is a teacher was supposed to be on duty in the hallway. You have your duty, so many minutes in the hallway. Well, this teacher was late, Filipino teacher was late on her duty. And then there was a big fight. This was a high school, big fight. And that this administration blamed the teacher. She should have been there. I mean, I know fights would have happened anyway, but because they're looking for somebody to blame, they're blaming her. And they're trying to say, like, if this happens again, you're going to get fired. So they were doing that. And then how I knew about it is a friend of mine, called me and said, hey, Merlina, is there something you can do about this? And I'm like, I'm not putting my nose in their business. That's not my business, but I care about the teacher. I need to talk to her and tell her, take it seriously. If this is your duty, you need to be there. You need to be not late for your duty. So when you come to America and you have playground duty, whatever duty you have, especially the hallway duty, please take it seriously. Be there. Don't forget about it. Because if something happens, you're supposed to be in charge, supposed to be responsible. When fights happen, they have to call the cops. Most schools in America have an SRO or school resource officer. So your SRO, your police officers actually in your campus have an office there. So when there's a fight, the SRO will be called, and sometimes SRO would still call the local police if it's serious enough, because then the police would actually pick them up and put them in jail and have their parents to come. Because if it's, serious, like hitting a teacher, hitting another student, big one, you do not do that. Okay, or bringing weapon to school, big one, drugs, all those. And some schools have zero tolerance on those. That means a boom, one time you do this, you're out. Some schools, they have different policies. That's why when you interview for a school, I want you to go to their website. That's required anyway, that they have to have a website. And then you read their policy, their handbook for students, handbook for teachers. Read those, especially in the discipline, because there's going to be listed things that they cannot do and how to handle. The first time is going to be verbal warning. The second time, maybe a note to parent, communicate with parents. The third time, maybe a write up to the office. Most schools would have different, kind of similar to that. So when I'm coaching Filipino teachers like I'm doing now, so I would tell them, hey, if you're doing a warning, don't be warning all the time, because they're not going to listen to you anymore. Write their name on the board. If they do that again, put a check mark. And then check mark means I'm calling your parent, I'm texting your parents, or I'm calling them. The second check mark, you go in the office. Okay, and be serious about it. And say sometimes some of them would say, okay, you can unerase one if you do something good, or some of them would keep it for the whole week, so that they better not be pulling something else, because you already have a name there. You don't want to check mark whatever. It's only Monday, So that kind of stops the behavior. So that seems to help with some of the new Filipino teachers. We have a teacher in Brinkley right now that's new, and she's using that, and it seems to work for her, she says. Because I always check. I'm like, how about trying this? And then I go back and I would say, because I go weekly, I would check, did it work? How did it work? What were the things that you learned that you applied, and did it work? And sometimes they would say things like, well, I tried it, but it didn't work, but I tweaked it this way. I changed it a little bit and it worked. So because your students, I could not tell you what to do with your students, because you know your students, not me. You know your students better than me. But I observe them and I would take notes of it. And I would, when I debrief with them, I tell them, these are your glows, these are your grows, these are some things that you wanna, might correct. You might improve on this part right here. And so the tool that I use when I go and observe them is the same tool that principals use to observe them. So I've actually kind of give them a little heads up on what the principal will see. So I'm already giving them that little practice with me, that I could. And sometimes I would speak in our language, like Maria, for example, if say she's doing something, I would say things like, Day, badlungan na. Go get that kid. I would say that in our language. They don't have any clue. I would turn around, turn my back, and I would like whisper to her in our language to correct something. Kids did not know that I was just correcting her. And that's to me, that's an advantage of having, me as a Filipino speaking her language, and I'm able to correct her just like that without the kids knowing that I'm actually correcting her, because a lot of times I would do that later, but sometimes it just need to be done now. Sometimes the correction needs to happen now because it's going on now. And so that's what we do. And so it's kind of neat to have that, to have that support, and you support each other. So I hope you do end up in a school like that where you have that support. Okay. All
Yes,
right.
Doc.
So nice talking to you. I'm glad that we covered social studies. I've talked to a science teacher. So anybody want to talk about literacy or, reading English, you're welcome to.
Hi,
We're welcome
Doc.
there. Yeah,
Good
permission
morning.
to leave according to Wayne. Hey, who's this?
Hello,
Oh
this is
my God, Joanne, you look
Joanne.
different, girl. Is that your apartment now? Is that your
Yeah,
apartment?
it is. It is. It is. It's a big one. We're
Beautiful,
actually the
girl.
one paying. Yeah, it is. It is very nice.
What, now
By the
tell
way,
everyone,
yeah,
where are you?
I am in Uzbekistan right now.
Okay. And that's in Europe or Asia? Is that considered Asia or that's considered
This
Europe?
is in Central Asia. Yes,
Central
I am
Asia.
in the main city, which is Tashkent. So
Yeah.
I've been here for a month and a half now.
Well, share
And
your
I've
experience. Share your experience with us.
Okay. So I have been a member of ITSA for more than a year, and I've enjoyed a lot and learned a lot from Dr. Merlina. And there was this opportunity that pops up. It was not an invitation, but a hiring position for a PYP homeroom teacher. Since I have a background of IB,
yes,
curriculum, IB program, I was hired right away on the spot, Dr. Merlina.
Wow. It's hard to find one that's trained on that. It's hard to find one that's trained on that. So they found a treasure there. Yeah. And you're awesome. So yeah. So you're enjoying it?
Well, I'm handling grade 1. Out of 15 students, I have only 3 English speakers. The rest are Russian.
Whoa.
So
you're learning
I am
Russian too.
adjusting. Yeah. I
Wow.
only knew the Uzbekistan language, but not the language of the Rush.
Well, cool.
So
how's the pay, Joanne? How's the pay? How's the pay?
The pay is I can say that if you're gonna be comparing it to the United States of America payment, mine is the take-home pay of the teachers in US that has you call it the net pay. That's the same, almost the same.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're doing about 50,000 a year? So about 50,000 a year because that's what it our average.
Without you need to remove the housing, you need to remove the insurances because I'm under contract, so I cannot give the amount.
Right. Of course, yeah. So that's what I'm doing an approximate because that's the average here in the US. Yeah, about
around,
10 times the Philippines. 10 times the Philippines is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Mine is maybe around 60 to 70.
Nice. Very good. So you're able to save. If you're still interested in
maybe because I was an experienced IB practitioner. That's why I got that.
So you're pretty content there then. You wanted to stay there, or is you still gonna continue to look?
This is my stepping stone to go to America.
Okay, yeah. To continue because there were some schools that really fell in love with you. So continue to apply because you do a good job on your interview. They always have good comments about you. And you have good
experience. I miss you so much, Doc Merlina.
Oh, so what are the things that you learned from Zoom that you're applying there?
Well, one thing is you need to have a journal of the students. Make sure that they are going to be, you need to make an anecdote of whatever things that has happening in your classroom.
Good. That's good for the parents.
Yeah, that is your record for the parents.
Anecdotal records.
Anecdotal record, exactly. And then another thing that I've learned is that you need to have different kinds of teaching strategies. Since we are doing PYP here, which is more on differentiation, we need to do and make a lot of manipulatives.
What's PYP again? What's PYP? What does it
mean? Primary years program. This is for grades 1 until grade 4 here in this in this school.
Sound like
So
you're
this is an
blooming. Sound like you're
international
blooming, though.
school.
You seem happy. You seem very happy.
I am actually
That's
happy,
good.
though it is a stressful
Mm.
part when it comes to dealing with kids who cannot understand English. So
Ah.
it's more, if you notice, I have more hand gestures now. So
Mm.
it has to be big actions now. I
Yeah.
even have to do the running. If I have
That's
to
funny.
say, please walk, do not
Yeah.
run, I have to do that.
Right. Oh, wow.
Because they are really not that good when it comes to English.
You cannot do Google
So that's the
Translate.
thing I am missing.
Yeah, you can do Google Translate and use
We're
my.
not allowed to translate.
Oh, you're not. Okay.
We're not allowed. It has to be English because we are an English class.
Okay.
So it's but I am enjoying it because kids are kids, like what you
Yeah.
said, they are naughty because they
Yeah.
are kids. All
Yeah.
we have to do is to
But
go down to their level, play with
yeah.
them, understand.
But
That's
it
what I've
sounds
learned
like
from
you're,
Dr.
yeah, it
Merlina.
sounds like you're firm anyway, and you should be able to yeah, you should be able to handle them. So especially first grade.
Yes.
I think they're easy to handle. Yeah, and they're still loving, they still love you,
Yeah.
and they hug you and all this, you know.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
I like
Even though I got
elementary.
mad at them, they will still come to me, Miss Joanna, I love you. They know
Yeah.
that line. Miss
Yeah.
Joanna, I love you.
Oh,
I
that's so
love
cute.
you. They will
I
say
love
that,
the
I
accent. Yeah.
love you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
the
cute.
accent.
Yeah.
I love you, Miss Joanna. I love you.
Oh, that's
I
so
said,
nice.
I love you, but one more. I will just do
Ah.
that. So
Hey,
yes, I
if
am enjoying.
if
And
they
I've
ever
learned a
write
lot
in
from you.
English and praising you, keep those, because if you ever come to America, those are some artifacts you could use. Yeah,
Oh,
any
okay,
comments in
I will,
English. Yeah,
I will.
parents
Okay,
or
okay,
students' comments, or even colleague and supervisor, any comments in English that you could take with you as an artifact of what kind of teacher you are. That's gonna help.
okay.
So yeah,
That will be good.
yeah,
Thank you for that advice.
yeah.
If you notice, there is this spinning sound. I am washing my clothes right now.
Isn't that easier though than the Philippines?
It's easier,
But
yeah.
you know,
It's
your
easy.
backsplash, I love your backsplash of your, your counter backsplash there. Backsplash, I
There's
love the
lots of
color.
mineral water in there.
Yes. Yeah, but I do love the backsplash. Those colors are good. Yeah. So anyway, so that's good. I'm so proud that you were able to get out of the country, and that you are doing well. So nice to see you pop up. I'm like, I know this girl, but
Yeah.
she looks different.
Yeah,
She
I'm
looks different.
thinner now, slimmer
You
and
are, you
sexier.
are, you are. Yeah, I have lost 16 pounds so far, but I
Same
need to
thing
lose
with
another
you.
16 more
I've heard
maybe.
that you got sick,
I got sick,
but
but
you're okay
yeah,
now.
yeah. So I'm doing better, but yeah, it's nice. It's really for health, it's really for health. You want to, because I was only 88 pounds when I came to the US, and don't ask me now. But my excuse is 25 years old. Jet is 25 now,
I
so
just popped up.
I can use it.
I just popped up simply because I am just to make you happy. I followed your advice. I am now having masteral in childhood early development. So
Okay.
I had a class this morning. I will have a class again tomorrow. So it's a Saturday and Sunday class, 5 a.m. here. So I have to wake up early. That's why I have to leave as well. So sorry about
No
this.
problem.
It's okay.
You have early development instead of special ed. You're taking early development instead of special ed.
Yeah, I rather go with the lower level.
Yeah, yeah, that will
I'm
match. That will
happier with
align. That will
one.
align it better. Yeah, I think good
Yes.
move. Good move. Yeah.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Well,
Thank you
thanks
for the
again,
advice.
Joanne. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you, girl.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's eat. I have my sinigang
Oh, look at
salmon
that! I'm
sinigang.
so jealous. What kind
I'm
of fish
about
is
to
that?
eat
What kind
my
of fish is that?
it's a salmon.
Salmon. Okay.
Yeah,
I
a
just bought a.
salmon that is yeah,
Yeah. So salmon that what? What did you do? You put coconut milk?
sinigang. No, it's just sinigang because I have the last sinigang mix here that I brought from the Philippines. So I'm enjoying my last sinigang.
Oh, you do not have any Philippine stores there, Asian stores?
There was none,
Mm.
no Filipino stores here yet.
Yeah.
But there are other Filipinos who just arrived last September, and they brought things from them, and they're selling it for a bigger amount. So
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
rather
But you
not
not
buy.
do online like Amazon? You don't have Amazon?
I have no idea yet. Let me try to figure it out
Yeah, go to
first.
Amazon.com and see. They should be worldwide, and then that way they can ship it to you. Here in America, when I need something, I go to Amazon, order it the next day, or 2 days later, it's here. So if I don't want to go to the store, I just order it online. And my husband said, "You got a
Okay.
package here." Yeah, they just sent it to my home. Yeah. So yeah.
So I'm
So
gonna
thank you so
update
much.
you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Please do not leave Dr. Merlina's because you will be learning a lot from
Oh,
her.
well,
I've
thank you.
learned a lot from
And
her.
from her too, from Joanne too, and other people. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye
All right.
bye.
Okay.
Have a
Bye-bye.
great day. Bye.
Okay. You too. All right. So Jonelle Morelius. I don't know if you want to talk. Who else? Giselle or Mike. Do you mind calling
Um,
somebody for us, or somebody said something?
um, I'd like to call Sir Rick Ryan. Hi
Okay.
dong, wanna
Ryan.
talk?
Yeah. And if
You
the
still
others who want to
here? Are
talk,
you
please
still
put it
here?
on chat that you wanted to talk. Do I see him? I know we're running so late now too, but anyway, I want to talk. Oh, there's Maria Lovely too. She's here. So what did Mr. Ryan say? Is he coming? If he's not coming, I'm gonna ask Maria Lovely to come in.
Hello, good evening,
Okay.
Doc Merlina.
Well,
Good
how are
morning.
you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Do you want to turn on your camera or do you not want to?
I'm just wearing a shirt right
That's
now.
okay. You're fine. Your picture
I'm,
looks good.
I'm
Yeah.
just actually enjoying listening to you while you're
Okay.
discussing different things related to,
Yeah, well, that's good.
teaching.
So what are you still in the U are you still in the Philippines or you're in the US now?
Yeah, actually, I'm still in the Philippines and I'm quite busy right now because I'm doing the school paper
Oh,
because
wow. Okay.
our district schools press conference will be on Wednesday next week already, so we need
Good
to
luck.
prepare everything.
Good luck.
Then I
Yeah.
am also the school paper advisor in our school, so
Nice. When you
quite busy right
interview,
now.
yeah, when you interview, make sure you mention that. Find a way to mention that because here in America, the literacy teachers, they really do not like to do that. So usually what they do is they'll give it to the newest teacher. And then what happens is
Yeah.
that when there's another new teacher, then that you can give it to her or him. It seems like that's the job that people get to pass on unless you just really love it. In America here, they do it in every high school. They call them yearbook. And their yearbook then they actually would sell those. They're usually $30. And it's a really nice cover book with colored pictures. And they would have, it would be K-12. And it had, everybody, like all the classrooms will be there. And, they used to come to my classroom, take pictures, and they would be like my classroom. They're showing that. So if you want to know your history of your teaching, you just go to that yearbook and you can see your students there and so on and some activities. And in high school they would have things like the best car, the best smile, the the best couple. They would have things like that people vote in and they put it on their yearbook. So I don't know what cute things you put in your paper, but they call them a yearbook that's only comes out once a year. So they come out like at the end of the year. So they have all year to do it. They'll put all the sports stuff there. They put the
Yeah.
award ceremony, stuff like that. So I don't know if you have, is that similar or is yours coming on like monthly? What's the difference?
Uh, it depends upon the because here in the Philippines, Dr. Melina, we are actually making this one intended for the school paper competition because we
Oh,
also have this competition for school paper
okay.
aside from those writing activity writing contests like news writing,
Ah,
sports writing, features writing,
okay, that's cool.
and a lot more writings. Then
Hmm.
the student is actually competing by within schools in one district.
Hmm.
Then yes, and together with that, we also have our school paper for contest also.
Okay. Well, that's a good
Yeah,
idea.
that's
We need to borrow that for here because they don't have those contests. They have like they call them the poetry jam. They have the poetry jam here where they would have, poetry that they would deliver. So they would have that, but they do not have any contest with the paper at all. So they would have, of course, the quiz bowl, and they have a math Olympiad, math science Olympiad, where they are against other schools, and that's pretty much it. But not on paper writing. So that's a good idea. I'm gonna share that with some of the social studies teachers. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's the thing that I'm doing right now. It's quite complicated and it's not
Mm.
really easy because you have to prepare a lot. You have to prepare your right apps and of course partnered with pictures
Right.
to connect the ideas
Do you
through
use an
pictures
app? Do
also.
you use
Then
a publishing app, or do you just use like a Google Doc or a
uh,
Microsoft Word?
I'm actually using the Canva.
Canva is good. Yeah. Canva is
Yeah,
powerful.
the
You can do the
Canva.
images. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I went ahead and subscribed to them. So I have a yearly due with them. So that way I can have unlimited things. So yeah, Canva is good. I really like Canva. I think Maria is one of the best ones on that. She always uses it for everything. Another idea on
Yeah.
Canva that I noticed, and I took a picture of it with Maria. She did like her do now, your bell ringer daily. She did that, and then she put her agenda, what are the things that she's doing, the bulleted thing that she's doing for that class. And then she prepared all those in Canva, and then she had them for the whole year already. And then she will just edit it if needed. But because she had time this summer, she did that. And now her headache during the year is not going to be as much because she pretty much kind of planned ahead, so Canva can be used
Yeah.
for that. Yeah, she did a
Yeah,
good job.
you can actually do a lot on Canva. You can prepare your, PowerPoint presentation,
Yeah.
beautiful interactive, teach
Yes.
lesson for the learners, something
Yeah.
like that.
There's a lot. Are you talking about the Canva with the starting with the word magic with it? Magic, there's 5 or 6 different kinds. You using those? A magic brush, magic something. Anyway, there's all those.
I did not encounter it yet, but maybe I can, search for
Scroll,
it
scroll
soon.
down, scroll down, and you see the word magic and different kinds. And start with the word magic. And they are the new features of Canva. So yeah, try them out because they specialize on different things. So
Yeah.
yeah. All right. Well, good luck on
Yeah,
it. That's awesome. Share
thank
some
you
links
so
with
much.
me. Share some links with me if you wanna. I want to see what you did. If you don't mind
Yeah.
sharing some with me because I want to use it as an example for teachers. If you don't mind,
Yeah,
share.
yes, Doc. I can
Yeah,
share it to you.
yeah. You
Maybe
send me the
right
link.
after the
Yeah.
competition.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
And
right
email
after the
McCullough Merlina at Gmail. So last name, first name at Gmail is all. Okay.
All right.
But thank
Thank you
thank you
so
so
much.
much. I appreciate you sharing that. That's a great project, sounds like. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Doc,
Okay, Giselle, is there
just Doc.
anybody else? Huh?
Um, I just want to share, Sir Rick Ryan is the district coordinator for the journalism block. That's why he's
Oh, that's why
working that.
he's good at it. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it sounds like he's really
he's
good.
assigned to that. Doc.
Yeah, that's
So
awesome that you
our
have that.
school also would compete with a competition, Doc, this
Oh,
coming Wednesday.
okay. Well, good luck,
Yes,
whoever
Sir Rick
wins.
Ryan is the one in charge. Yes, Doc.
Okay. Um, somebody was saying who can see your messages recording on. Anyway, okay. So, Annalyn, do you want to talk, or Catherine? And there's also Maria Anelia Kalumpang. Any of you guys?
Hi,
Some of us
Doc. Good
close up. Yeah.
morning.
Oh, well, hello. I know you've been here before, Catherine. Are you still in the
Yes,
Philippines, or are
Doc.
you now out of the Philippines?
I'm still here in the Philippines, Doc.
Okay. So, you
I,
have
I
any
was about to
questions?
I was about to close my eyes, but then I heard what is that, Sir Joel?
Okay.
I think I know him.
Yeah, you think you
We're in the same district, Subic
nice.
district.
Yeah. Isn't
Yes,
that a
Doc.
small world that you know him? What a small world.
Yes.
So
I think it's
tell me about an
because
update about your applications. Have you been interviewed?
yes, Doc, and I'm having my I'm still waiting for my license. It's
Okay.
been 3 weeks now, and
Okay.
I have to wait for 1 week more.
Okay.
And I think that's the only requirement
Okay.
left. I mean, not submitted for my petition application.
Nice. What school is it that you're working with? Is it in Arkansas, or is it in another state?
In Minnesota, though.
Minnesota. Okay. That's
Minnesota.
very cold there, girl. Okay. Be careful. I mean, when you get here, save some money and buy some jackets. You go to Goodwill and buy some thick jackets because it's very,
Oh.
very cold. You can get frostbite. That's how cold it is for the winter. So yeah, make sure you invest on really good boots and really good jacket, and to save money because they're going to be expensive, go to Goodwill or some, Salvation Army or something donated like that, because they have some expensive ones donated, but you might buy it for $5. So yeah, do that. That's a good investment for you. Their snow is so big that it's so high that it could bury a car. The whole car is buried. Sometimes your door, the whole door is covered with ice, and you have to like somebody has to clean it out before you can get out. That's how bad it could get because you're so close to Canada. So if you look at the map of the US, the closest you are to Canada, the colder it's gonna be. Okay, so Maryland will be cold. And anyway, so yeah,
Thank you.
New York shares a border with Canada. So what was the Niagara Falls? That's on my list to visit. Niagara Falls is right there between Canada and the New York border. So we can actually go to Canada with our passport only. So that's cool. I mean, I don't know about the Philippine passport, but I think for the US passport, yeah, it's easy for us. I don't remember. I think you are able to go because I remembered a Filipino teacher was asking me how easy is it to go to Canada with a Philippine passport. And I think she was able to get it. All you have to do if you visit any country is you go to their website. So for example, Canadian Embassy, and then you go look at the requirements. And then usually they would list the countries that are they call them a visa-free countries, and that you don't have to need a visa. Like the Philippines, you do not need a visa to go to Brazil. You just take your passport. As long as you have passport and have money, I think they want like $100 a day budget. So if you're staying there for 10 days, you better have $1,000 budget. So anyway, so in order to come into the country and see, we have to have a visa to go because the US started charging the Brazilians $100 for a visa. So then in turn, they start charging Americans to go to their country. So that's what happens. So like an interchange thing. Yeah, well, good luck. And so October 1 is when the new visas are available. Okay. So for everyone who's really wanting to come, some of them may be for next year, but some of them may be lucky enough to be able to come still this year, depending on the visa availability and what's, the visa sponsors. But October 1, new sets of visas will be available, new slots. Okay, so a visa sponsor could get 150 slots. And so they can only sponsor 150. So the soonest that you do it, the soonest you could get here. Okay, so October 1 for everyone. So continue to apply. And if you need help on the designated visa sponsors, you just have to Google it. Designated J1 visa sponsors, put US, and then it will show the word bridge in there. And that's what, change it to teacher, and then you will be able to see that different sponsors. Those are the only folks that could sponsor you on J1. So if somebody else would say, I can sponsor, you better check and see if their organization is on that list, because they are the only ones that have been vetted by the Department of State in the US. So if they're not on the list, that means they're a third-party agency, and they're going to charge you on top of what's being charged with the sponsor. So you're double charged. Okay. So just be careful about that. Lovely. I think Maria Lovely can actually attest to this. So Catherine, thanks again for sharing. And I'm going to go to Maria Lovely to share her experience. She just arrived in, was it Texas? Are you in Texas, Maria Lovely? I don't remember.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, are you in Texas?
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I'm not yet. Yeah,
Oh.
I'm not yet in the U.S., Doc. I'm still waiting for my CFO. I'm in Missouri. I will be in Missouri, Doc.
Missouri. Okay.
So,
Now, did
yeah,
you
together.
yeah. What was the name of the Missouri town?
St. Louis.
Oh, St. Louis. That's 5
Louis,
hours from
Missouri.
me. That's 5 hours from me.
Yeah.
Really nice. That's a nice place. You got lots of tourist attractions there. They have one of the best zoos. Make sure you go to their zoo. I traveled there
Yes,
just to see
Doc.
their zoo one year. And of course they have that ark, the St. Louis Ark thing. So anyway, so yeah, they have yeah, you would enjoy that. When we travel
Yes,
going to
Doc.
Minnesota or other places, we stop by there in St. Louis. Be careful, there are some places there that are dangerous, okay? So just be careful. You ask your colleagues when you get here to ask them which places you should not go, because there's supposed to be some places there that you should not be going. Like any in the US, there's gonna be in Little Rock, in the capital in Arkansas, the downtown area, they always tell you at night, be careful. It's okay during the day, but at night there will be some, some criminal elements going on. So stay close to the police station. Yeah, so after that, what's the process? After you CFO, tell everybody what CFO means.
I was just approved December 9th.
What is the CFO again? You're cutting on.
Hello. Oh, wait.
Something foreign office? We lost you. Hello, are you still there? Marie Lovely, we lost you, so you may want to come back in. It must be your internet. I don't remember where you are in the Philippines. I know some places you don't have very good reception. So I want you to come back in, okay? If you can hear me. So I'm gonna go to Janelle too, if you want to talk while waiting for Maria Lovely. Janelle, do you want to talk to me? If you have a question, you don't have to. A lot of times people will just listen, and that's okay with me. Just like in our classroom, you should never force your students. If you really want a student to talk, you can ask them privately later. Those shy students, they need to come out because they don't know you yet. So I make a deal with them, like, okay, I'll let you do, but then at least once or twice a week, you need to talk, so you're very shy students until they get out of their shell. So if they don't want to talk, I want you to
Hello,
write.
Doc.
Yeah. Okay. Here
Yes,
you go,
yes.
Janelle. So Janelle,
Uh,
tell me about you. Where are you in the process? Have you applied? Where are you in the process?
Doc, can I uh, just turn off my camera because I'm not really
Ready. Next time though, I want you,
prepared
especially
with.
you have not introduced yourself. I want you to get ready, okay? So I can see you in person, okay? That's okay today. No problem.
Yes, Doc, we already talked last time.
Okay.
We already our introduction, and I even sent my revised curriculum vitae
Yes.
because you asked me to edit and do some revisions with the CV because I think it is not the format or template followed in the US. So you asked me to write my teaching philosophy and my the subjects that I taught
Yep.
here
I
in the
remembered
Philippines.
your last name. Yeah, I remembered
Yes, yes.
because it sounds Chinese to me. And are you Chinese or Filipino?
I don't actually. I'm not sure, Doc. I think my my relatives are
Some
Chinese,
Chinese.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
Because your last
many
name sounds
Filipinos do have family already.
yeah. And you
Yes,
kind of
Doc.
look like, yeah, you kind
I
of
get
look
that
like
a lot.
yeah.
That comment.
Yeah, yeah. And it's okay. It's good beauty. Yeah, so I guess I cannot,
Yes.
I don't know. I think my grandfather had the look of like Spanish looking, tall and Spanish looking, but then my grandmother's side had a Japanese look. And so she actually, like her sister in Hawaii, because my great grandparents moved to Hawaii, they actually look Japanese. And she married a Japanese guy. So they look like Japanese couple instead of a Filipino Japanese couple. So yeah, so it's kind of neat to trace that, our ancestry. They have ancestry.com now where you can actually, turn in your, they give you a kit and you turn in your blood or whatever, and then they would or I don't know if it's blood, it might be some kind of DNA thing. And then they will test it and they will tell you exactly what kind of origin, what kind of, race you are mostly from. It's kind of neat. But ours would be, of course, is going to say we're Asian, we're so many percent this. And my husband being from his family really come from Scotland because of the word Mac for McCullough. That's usually from, that's actually Scottish. And so, yeah, so they have, so they can trace back to the Scotland. So yeah, it's kind of neat to do that, right?
Yes, Doc. That's actually one of the things that I'm actually thinking of right now. That when I go to the US, if ever I'm given the chance to teach, that my students will actually think that I'm from
Yeah.
China. I don't know if they had this prejudice.
Oh no, they don't. The
Yeah.
kids, they sometimes they just emulate what their parents say at home. And as teachers, it's our job to correct them. Said, sweetheart, that sounds prejudicial. You might not want to say that. This will be a better way to say it. I always would give them a correction very respectfully. I would not insult them. I would say, that isn't, I know some of our adults might say that or on TV or whatever. But for example, illegal aliens, you should never say illegal aliens. You can say undocumented. That's the politically correct way to say that. And so, so if you feel like a child or somebody was being prejudicial, you just correct it. I would me for an adult, I would not correct it. Like obviously, I would just like say it in a sentence, but I would change their word to my word, and they will notice it. They will, oh, so they would say something about illegal aliens, and I would say things like, oh, so the undocumented, visitors here, and I would, do that, and I would use it in a sentence, but I corrected it in my own way without insulting them. And so, yeah, don't worry about it. There are some, I want to warn you, there are some that would be, against certain races, and sometimes some of our politicians would actually not be helping on that side. So that's one thing I would not talk about in my classroom. I would not talk about religion. I would not talk about my political beliefs. Okay, so because you always will have people on both sides, and they usually emulate what their parents believe. So if you say anything bad about one side, they're going to share it with their parents, and whoever's against that is going to be against you. You don't want to go there. Okay, just like with friends. Most of my friends do not even know what my political affiliation is, because usually I just research the candidate and that's who I vote. I do not go the whole party and boom, check everybody. No, I research the candidates in order for me to be a well-informed voter. And
Good
I think,
morning.
that should be the way. All
Good
right.
morning.
So thank you again, Janelle.
Thank
Arnell,
you, Doc.
Arnell, what's going on with you? You're moving too much on your camera. Are you walking?
Actually, Doc, I'm here in the Chester High School.
Mm.
I'm in my classroom right now.
At
So
11
I'm
o'clock
doing.
at night? What are you doing at 11 o'clock at night?
It's 10:20 in the morning here at Chester.
Oh, you are in the US already. I forgot you did. Where are you at?
I'm at Chester, Illinois.
Oh, very good. I guess I forgot that you were there already. Yeah. So how do you like your first, is this your first year here, right?
Yes, it's my first year.
Okay, tell me about
Actually, I already attended last week.
You did,
The
but I
other week.
forgot. Yeah, but you have to remember, I've got 387 members.
It's okay. It's good.
That I have, yeah. So that I have paperwork on, but then others I don't even have paperwork on. But anyway, tell me about your first week or first 2 weeks of experience. Is it different than you experienced in the Philippines?
Okay, actually here at Chester, the people are very good. Also the community. Um, we help a lot, especially in our house. The community
Beds
of
and other things.
Chester, they help, especially our superintendent, Miss Kimberly Briggs.
Oh,
They provide our supplies there, especially the things that we like for bed, kitchen.
good.
So those necessary things that we have. We just
That's a
leave.
good sign. That's a good sign. That means you have a very supportive administrator. Very good sign.
And this month, I already, since I'm a special education teacher here, so I already made IEP draft for my students.
Nice.
So probably next month, October, I have my invitation meeting. Among the 10 caseloads, I have already 4 caseloads that I'm going to attend for this year IEP meeting.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big accomplishment because a lot of times the first year they usually do not want you to do that. They just want you to observe or have somebody help you. So they trust you already, huh? For that's so cool. Yeah, when I was an administrator, I usually attended that as the administrator, on those meetings, you attend at least one administrator. So I usually was the one that did that along with the counselor and the special ed teacher and the parents. And so anyway, so yeah, that's to me, I like it because I get to know the parents and what they believe, what the goals and what the special ed teacher set for the students. I like that part, to get to know your kids, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So how
Actually, this weekend is a homecoming. So last night we attended the football game. So we won the
nice.
game
Good
between
job. Yeah,
Chester and Sparta.
wow.
So
Is that a hard team to beat? And you beat them?
yeah, we are unbeatable.
Nice. Good
So we
job.
already won twice, and then we have their parade
Mm,
during in
good.
the afternoon. So
That's
I
one thing that you
attended.
should do. You should continue to attend any of the extracurricular like ball games. Do you also volunteer in the concession stand and help? Do you volunteer or no?
I wanted to, but the principals here are doing their jobs. So I said to them that I want to volunteer, but
Mm-hmm.
they refused.
Oh, yeah.
They wanted me to rest at home.
Oh, that's so nice of them because a lot of times, and I don't know about Illinois, but I know in Arkansas, if you ask a teacher to require them to work an hour or more, then they have to pay them their hourly daily rate. So that might be the case in your area, and they don't really want to pay. So they already have some people that they have already previously arranged. So that might be the case. Although, a lot of the administrator, when I was one, I always accepted volunteers. Like, yeah, the more the merrier. Come and help. But yeah, so I think that she's being considerate that wants you to, be adjusted quickly and not be too tired. Because they don't want teachers to be like, oh my God, I'm already burnt out and it's only my first month, right? Yeah. So did you
I
bring
said
your
to my
family? Huh?
no, I'm alone, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay. So,
Actually, Doc McCullough, I since I am a badminton enthusiast, I tell my principals that I wanted to share my talents here,
yeah,
but
for Mhm.
their ball games here is more on football. So since there's requirements for our G1 visa, so I think the best cultural activity that I'm going to give to them will be that sports badminton.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Volleyball is another one. If you know volleyball, most schools now are getting volleyball, and they have, for people that like gaming, they have a bunch of schools that are now on e-games. They have e-games, so they have Fortnite or something like that. That's a learning game. And then they actually compete with other schools. So that's a trending thing right now. So think about what the other schools are doing. And if you know something, chess club, like I was a chess club coach. And we actually went on competition to Missouri, competition to within the state, and we took home trophies and medals. And so yeah, so it's a commitment. I had like as many as 77 students, K-12, but I had lots of parents volunteering. So, but anyway, yeah, good luck on that. I hope you do get established. The only thing with badminton is not, you're better off doing like a pickleball or something. That's more a trending thing right now in America. So it's like the rule is similar to tennis, but that's trending everywhere here in Salem. Oh my gosh, in Mountain Home, 45 minutes away, my sister lives. They're about to build this big sports complex, and there would be some pickleball areas there that they're going to use. So anyway, so something like that, if you cannot get an interest in badminton, just because badminton is a lot of, it's very tropically related sport, because like Florida, where they have a beach or whatever, they might do that. But the you might think about other things if you could not get any interests. Okay, so think about
Yes,
other things.
I think I see my friend here, Maria Amelia Kalumpang.
Yeah,
She's my
call her.
friend.
She has something. Oh,
Yeah,
before.
hi. Hi,
Oh,
sir.
yeah. Hi,
Also,
Maria.
Rene.
Yeah, what do you what do
Hi.
you want to share to Maria
Actually, she's
about
my
the US?
friend.
Yeah. What are the things that surprised you, or something new to you in your school that was not in the Philippines?
You're asking me, ma'am.
Yes. Yes. What's new that you that surprised you, or something that, that's different?
Okay, a lot. There are
Really?
lots of different.
Like tell us two or three
Okay,
things.
actually, you shared last time. I think Mr. Do not compare between the Philippines and the education system between the Philippines and here in the United States.
And you
So
agree?
when I hear that, and then I will not compare anymore, especially on the learnings, the strategy, on the curriculum. So
Mm-hmm.
they are different.
Yeah, you just have to accept what's there and follow the policies, right? And do not make yourself feel like you should be in the pedestal, like we are being treated like that in Asia. Here, teachers are pretty much kind of on level that have a discussion with, because we raise American children as critical thinkers. We encourage them to question us. The more the questions that students do in the classroom, the better, because that discussion and all that, the students actually will get more. When observing a teacher in the classroom, when I see students feeling safe enough to ask questions, I actually grade that teacher higher, because it's a safe classroom. Students feel open to question the teacher, of course, in a respectful way. You cannot be rude about it, and if they are being rude, you need to correct it. you know this is one way to say this in a respectful way. Remember, because one of the rules, you should be respect. That's one word, because that covers a lot. So if it's rule number 2 or rule number 1, I would say, so what you just did violates rule number 1. Let's read rule number 1: respect. What does respect mean? And when you did this, did it sound like respectful? So I kind of make it a teachable moment whenever somebody, because you're gonna hear that, guys. You're gonna hear things about, like Myrna said, about you finish high school, they want to test your education. They want to say, oh, your accent is different. And I hear things like, oh, that's why I'm doing a low grade in this class, because I could not understand the Filipino teacher. Although that's wrong, you are very fluent, that's why you got hired. But they are looking for something to use as an excuse, and you could be used as an excuse. Okay, so don't take those personally. Not nice classroom. Don't take those
Actually, Doc,
personally.
there's Chester High School High. This is
Okay,
new for us
nice.
in the year
Expectation,
2024.
nice. Okay. Oh, you're doing the PBIS. Okay, gotcha. That's a good one. That's a good program. PBIS as a discipline program, and that's a good one. Yeah. So, tell everyone what PBIS means.
It's more on the policies on curriculum, especially on particularly on the students.
Mm-hmm.
So
Student responsibility and then
respect,
discipline.
responsibility,
Yeah.
safety, and empathy.
Mm-hmm. So
So
it's
actually, this is new for them also.
Mhm. So it's actually a discipline with dignity, because you respect students, and then students also respect others, especially the teacher and their classmates. So yeah, those are good. I love it. Sounds like you have good leaders in your school that are doing initiatives like that. And anytime that you have initiatives like that, that's school-wide or district-wide, that's always good, because of continuity, Students will know you got nice technology too. So you have a smart board? Is that a smart
Yes,
board? Okay. Yeah. So do you use it a lot? Are you being comfortable with that now?
yes,
Okay.
Doc.
Yeah.
At
So
first, I do not know how to use this one.
yeah. Well, once you try to incorporate videos in your, 3 to 4 minutes of videos or less, and then always preview them. Do not just be looking and doing it, because there might be something there that's not good. So any guys, for everyone, not just here in America, but also in the Philippines, if you're showing any videos, please preview them. Okay, preview them, look at it. If you're doing 3 minutes, look at it. Is it all decent? Are all information that you want to tell your students? Because if it's not, don't show that, especially if it's conflicting information. I had a teacher before that was next door neighbor to me, and he was very proud that he was showing something about the Philippines because, it's about World War II and the Philippines were involved. So he looked for something, did not preview it, and then got to this cultural minorities of the Philippines where they're just naked, topless. And so then he had to be in front of the screen and just cover the screen in order for students not to see, and then turn it off quickly, and then blame me, and not blame me, but joke with me and said, "Oh, Miss Merlina, I did not know that you have this in the Philippines." And I'm like, "See what I said about previewing videos?" That's why we have to preview videos. Yeah, so Promethean board, that's awesome. So did you get a training on it? Did you have somebody
We,
come in, like your technology?
actually, Doc, we also have this Go Guardian
Okay, Guardian, yep, that's a good one. That's you
and
know where the
Teacher
kids are.
Is.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
for the attendance, I go to Teacher Is.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's easy for me to check attendance.
Different schools have it in Arkansas. We're doing e-school. Every school district is doing e-school, and some states like Illinois, I don't know if they're doing a statewide thing or not, doing different ones. Yeah. So you don't have to use paper in the Philippines. I bet you still use paper attendance. Do you? Did you use paper attendance in the Philippines, or did you use digital already? Do you remember?
Used for sitting arrangement also for
Okay.
checking attendance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. So I'm so
At
proud
the
of you,
same
though, that
time,
you're now here.
I can also check their laptop, their Chromebook if they watching YouTube or not.
The
Or
Guardian would help you with that. Do you have a 1-to-1 ratio, student computer ratio?
yes,
1-on-1. Okay. So you have sounds like a very progressive school. You got money. So that's not Title I school, is it?
come
Is your
again, Doc.
is your is your free and reduced lunch over 70%? Or do you know?
Our school.
Mm-hmm.
So our population is only 300 something.
Right, but most of them are paying lunch, or most of them are free and reduced lunch.
The students are free
Okay, so
with
you are
their lunch.
Title I school. Yeah, the Title I school gets more money. You actually get more help. So yeah. So be careful about showing, especially student names, for privacy. There's something about, yeah, our transition skills. Okay. That's one thing in America is really big on privacy of students. You cannot, like, when they're 18 years old already, you have to ask permission from the student to share it with parents, because once they're 18 years old, they're adult. They are the ones with the rights to their records. Okay, like college students, they're over 18. So if the parents want to know about the grade, they have to go through their kid, because in America, 18-year-olds, you're considered adults. That's why a bunch of them would actually move out or be kicked out. I never do. I told my kids, you always have a home here, but some American families, they expect their 18-year-old to leave. They're done. I'm done raising you. Now you go do work on your own. I just can't do that. But anyway, so that's a nice classroom. Do you have any display of student work? Make sure that you display your student work, because that's one thing I always look for is a
Yes,
display of student
someday,
work.
Doc.
Yep, do that.
I will.
Make sure you do that either inside your classroom or right outside your classroom. That's one of the standards that we look for, is that do you display student work? Yeah. And then a safety, when I look at safety, I look for, are there backpacks laying around, or is it all hung up, behind their seat, or on the wall with a, organizer, or are there like wires going anywhere? Those are a big no-no. So if you have wires going across, you better have some kind of tape or some kind of safety thing where people will not trip over them. So those are some things that you want to look for, especially special ed, right? So what are the grades of special ed that you teach? Is it elementary or high school?
Actually, high school from grade 9 to grade 12 students.
Oh, okay. But you have still the levels are still going to be young, because a lot of times they're 2, 3, 4 years behind on their reading levels. So
Actually, I have two students. Their reading level is up to grade 2.
yeah. So you have very early readers. So that's why you need to make sure that you get materials from that in order for them to continue to build, right? As you know.
Yes,
But
yes, Doc. We have different links, interactive activities,
mhm,
and we have
good.
Starfall,
Mhm.
N2Y.
Good, you got a lot. Have you tried IXL? Is your school doing IXL at all?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
IXL.com is good because they can actually do that with at home too.
And
So
also with Brain Pop,
the
use
brain
them.
pop is good. Yeah, you got some good stuff there going on. So thank you for sharing. And you are J1 visa or H1B?
Yes, Doc, I'm a J1 of these
J1. So
for,
you have when you get your third year, you need to make sure you send for your extension. You get
yes.
extension for 2 years because your limit is 5 years, but you have to do the paperwork, okay? I think it's
Actually, Doc, I already had my license, so I'm also qualified for special education as well as principal.
Oh, good job. Yeah. But in order for you to become a leader, a school leader in a school, it doesn't just happen. You need to step up slowly. Like you volunteer to do some of the administrative tasks. Like for example, if the principal leaves, what are the things that you can do to help that principal? Be close to that principal, that administrator that could mentor you, because that's usually a step towards, getting that promotion because you need to be a teacher leader first before you become just an administrator. Like in my part, when I became an administrator, it was because from a teacher, I was a teacher in a small school. I became an administrator in a bigger school, 5 times the size of ours. But it's not because of, to me, I didn't feel like it's because of my, you know, credential. Is because I knew someone. A lot of times teacher need a little sponsorship or some mentorship from someone that would recommend you, and that's how you get it. Because at least to get started. Because a lot of times, and this is what I said on my interview, I said, you know what, I'm really confused because when a teacher wants to be an administrator, everybody wants an experience. But how would someone ever get an experience if everyone wants an experienced teacher? Somebody has to give that a break, give a teacher a break, right? And so that school that I asked that question gave me the job. And it's also that answer, and I think I said this before, when he said, Marlena, what would you say if a community member would say our literacy specialist, our K-12 literacy specialist, has English is her second language? What would you say to that? And so I said, well, thank you for asking that, because I always tell my students that have a special respect for 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 people that speak come from other country and speak a different language, because they know at least one more language than you. Because in our country, for example, we know English medium of instruction, and then I know Cebuano, Visayan, and then we know Tagalog, our national language, and a lot of time we have some other dialects that we know. So we know at least 3 to 4 languages. We know Spanish. 80% of our language is Spanish. So that's how many. So to me, that is not a weakness. It's actually a strength. So anyway, so I was explaining it that way, and I got the job. So the mold, the transition from teaching to administration is harder. But then once you become one, then you can just move to other places and become, from principal, I became a curriculum director. So a lot of times curriculum director could be like assistant superintendent, but they don't in the laws here in Arkansas, if they are called with the word superintendent, they can be fired at will. You're not, back before the Learns Act. But if you have curriculum director, you're like protected as teachers with teacher rights. So that's why a bunch of the assistant superintendent did not want to be called assistant superintendent in their names. They want to be called curriculum director. And I don't know about Learns Act, that might have changed, but back then that was the case, that you are only covered if you don't have the word superintendent in your title. So several of my friends were changing their titles to curriculum director. So yeah, so that's what it is. So if you have that desire to do that, yeah, just make sure that you do some volunteer stuff and get close and do things for your principal and have that mentorship. Okay? Yeah. So because you will be good, I think. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, thank you. We're about to end. My husband was really looking at it like, you already been, no, we've been doing it for more than 3 hours. And I always say, you know what? My goal would be like 2 hours. Forget that. because I guess we get long-winded, and I don't even edit this. Some people would edit. I don't edit that because I'd like to see what we did. That's raw. It's okay. We watch it and I enjoy it again. But look for this in Facebook and also YouTube. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe. My goal is 1,000, and we have close to 500 right now on Facebook. On YouTube, Facebook, on my educator supporting each other account. I have 6,000 something. So it's good to have that. Okay, but thank you again. And Maria Lovely, you told us that CFO is commissioned on Filipino overseas. I know it was something like that. So tell us the process of when you're gonna get that. Is that before you go to the embassy for interview? Is that the step before the embassy or after?
Hello, Doc. Can you hear
Yeah.
me, Doc?
Yes. Tell me about where the
Uh,
CFO processing is. Is it after the interview or before?
yeah, it's after because one of the requirements, Doc, is your passport and the visa.
Okay, so it's after, so
Yeah,
it's a step after the visa. Okay, got it. So
yeah.
it's the step in between visa and coming here then, right? So
And
before you,
so, but yeah, and so with the clearances from DepEd, if you are in DepEd,
Mhm.
and if you're in private school, of course, teachers from private school will also secure their, I think, the certificate of employment, something like that, or I don't know if there is still this clearance from their in private school. But in my case, since I'm in DepEd, so clearances from the division, regional office, and so from regional office, it will be emailed to central office. Then through central office will issue us a reference number. That reference number is a requirement for us to create an account for CFO. Actually, Doc, CFO, you can do it online.
online, okay.
Yeah, and I think per experience from my friends who are already in the US. So they have this a video that where you're going to answer 15 questions.
Okay.
Yeah, like that. And you have to perfect the 15 questions. That's a requirement, Doc. So
Wow.
yeah, that's
Okay.
how
Can you retake it?
CFO is.
Can you retake it if you fail it the first
Um,
time?
I wasn't able to ask about if there is a chance for retake, but there were you know uh, um, like some of the techniques or tips were given from the teachers who already have their CFO. So we have to take note of those tips on how are you going to answer correctly or to perfect it. So
Yeah,
that's it,
perfect.
Doc. And then
Mm-hmm.
um, I think that CFO or certificate will be given to you 2 to 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
that's
then you
that's
can buy
how
your ticket, to
yeah,
come.
yeah,
Okay.
because accordingly you
Mm-hmm.
need to secure first the CFO before booking your flight.
Right,
Yeah,
right. That makes sense. Is your school paying for any of these, or are you paying for it?
yeah. I'm paying for this though.
Okay. How much did it cost
Anyway,
you
yeah,
total? How much did it
for
cost you total?
CF the CFO though.
No, 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 the whole thing, the whole process. How much did it cost you personally to come? Because people are wanting to know that for J1 visa.
Roughly for J1, roughly you're going to prepare for about 300 to 400 like that.
No, 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 no.
Yeah.
The total expense from your visa fees to
Yeah,
the
visa. In
like.
my part, so I'm in with Green Heart. So Green Heart cost J1 visa for Green Heart cost around 2,000 in peso, Doc. I spend around 160,000. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
160,000. That's the total from Green Heart. It is covered like the application fee, the service, fee and program fee. So that's Green Heart is. Yeah.
Okay.
And then for visa interview at the embassy, it will cost you around 11,000 something like that.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
So, okay. So that's good information to know so that for folks that are, wanting to do that seriously, right? And they have to be ready to do that. And so of course you have gone through the steps already. For those that are new, your first step is really get your resume and cover letter ready. And if you can get your three letters of recommendation, that might be good for later. But right now, the first thing is really your resume and cover letter, and you go to schoolspring.com, www.schoolspring.com. You can apply directly. A lot of times they just want the resume and cover letter. Some of them would ask for letters of recommendation. Some of them would want you to upload the SpanTran or your FCE, your foreign credential evaluation, which is spantran.com, which is costing you about $200. And so you could, whatever they ask, put it there. And say, notice the passport can be done later after you get the, of course, you have to get through the interview if they pick you. And then the interview, if you pass it, they tell you that you're hired, you get a job offer or JO. And that job offer is very needed by the designated visa sponsor, because if you have a JO, then they will be able to help you and to guide you through the process and do the paperwork and so on. Of course, by then you will have your passport already. And what else, Maria Lovely, that other than the visa things and so on, what other things, their teaching license, right? What else do they need to have it ready?
With regards to teaching license, because I'm hired in Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri. So that out of state that I have, which is Maryland, I actually got it last May of this year. And accordingly, that Maryland that I have teaching license is an advantage for me to, apply for the Missouri teaching license. Yeah, that's a reciprocity. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an advantage. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think, that I forgot about that. Yeah, that step about getting a license, the Philippine license is gonna be good for reciprocity, but other schools really, especially if they have never hired international teachers, they don't trust it because they don't know. But if you apply for a teaching license in the US, there are 3 states that are easier to get, and that's New Mexico, Maryland, and what's the other one? Illinois. So if you just go Google that with the word Department of Education with it, go to licensure, and their licensure look under reciprocity, and it tells you the direction on what, usually online. And I think Maryland, how much did it cost you to get it online, Maria Lovely?
It's actually in peso, that's around 1,000.
Okay, so $20. So it's not bad to get it. And so then they will email you or email you the license? Is that what happened?
Yeah, they emailed me the soft copy of my teaching license.
Sorry, I had a phone call. So anyway, so they send it to you, and then now this is very handy for you to do a reciprocity to Missouri. Missouri is easier to get license-wise than Arkansas. Arkansas, we have so many extras that they want. They want you to get, I don't know if they want TOEFL. Do they want TOEFL in Missouri? Is TOEFL?
Not they are not requiring us to have the TOEFL.
Okay, TOEFL is Teachers of English as a Foreign Language, and that is required in a few states. Arkansas is one of them. And in Arkansas, we have Arkansas Ideas, PD's Professional Development. That's hours and hours of, it's all online. Some of them would be Arkansas History, Science of Reading, and other things that they want you to know. So depending on what you're teaching. But of course, special ed, you're going to have the special ed, PDs there, and they will make you a list of things that are required. But the other states do not require as much. And that's why actually two of Filipino teachers from Arkansas moved to Texas this school year because they could not get their TOEFL done. And so they are now in Texas because there's no requirement there. They were able to teach for maybe a year or two, and then after that they have to get it, and they did not get it. So they just moved to another state. And of course, you have to do that through your J1 sponsors, to look for a job and apply there, and you get your JO, and then now you just need to switch schools. And I think your visa sponsor would guide you through that. So I don't know, I don't remember. I think it is 5 hours for you. So hopefully we will meet each other someday soon.
Yeah, Doc.
That would be
That's our
awesome.
plan with Sir Jeff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Thanksgiving. Usually it's hard because if you don't have friends or families, you're welcome to come on Thanksgiving because we always do Thanksgiving. And so for folks that do not have families, come here, and we will be like families, Filipino. We'll do what we do in Thanksgiving is supposed to be turkey and dressing and all this, but I always have noodles and other Filipino food with it. So it's actually a Filipino American Thanksgiving because we have to have, to please both sides. But yeah, but it's fun. You're gonna enjoy it, especially that where you are. It's a big city where you are. So you are actually gonna have Uber and Lyft and all these other transportation things that the little towns would not have. Okay. So there may be buses there. Be careful about buses. I would rather have Lyft or Uber, but they're more expensive. So anyway, all right. It's nice talking to you. And is there anybody else? Do you have a question for me, Maria Lovely? No question?
None yet.
Okay.
Yeah, none.
Well,
Thank you, Doc.
I'm so proud
See
of you,
you.
girl. Yeah. Okay. Anybody else that want to talk? So I don't want Jasmine or anybody that want to talk. And before I say bye-bye, because it's already 11. That's 4 hours of talk because I'm hungry now. I wake up and did not have breakfast. I just have my tea. But anyway, so thank you so much. I always, I don't have all the answers, but I know some resources that could answer you. So feel free to email me. I always learn from you. And I always want to tell you that you are making a difference in the lives of your students. So even if you make one difference in one student's life, it's worth it. It's worth what we do because it could be a difference between a success or failure for the student because of the impact that you're making as a teacher. So some of your students may become politicians someday, or I have students that are lawyers and doctors and so on now. So I just beam with pride that, in my little way, I was able to impact them. And especially if they see you, hug you, and they're so tall now, hug you and say, "You're my favorite teacher." That's just the music to your ears, right? So anyway, so I want you to, continue to do what you do because you do make a difference. Okay. All right. And you take care. Do not lose the hope. You have heard some people here that are already here. It's not an impossible dream. It's not a dog barking at the moon. It's actually going to be doable. All right. So with that said, I'm going to say bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Thank you,
Doc.
Doc.
Thank you so
Doc,
much,
thank you.
everybody. I appreciate your
Thank
staying.
you,
I know
Doc.
it's late there. Now it's midnight
Bye-bye.
in the Philippines.
Thank
But
you.
thank you. Okay, I will post this video pretty soon on Facebook and on YouTube. Okay. All right. Well, love you all. Okay.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Doc.
Bye-bye.
Bye.